Let's see. I think... Why are we not getting... What's going on here? What is happening? Oh, wait, there we go. Okay, I think we're getting something now. Okay, okay, I think we're live now. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and after fixing a little bit of a hiccup there, I think we are on our way to having a stream. This is the 23rd live stream here on Carpathian Countryside. How is everybody doing tonight? I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's see. I think. Okay. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, I do apologize. There's kind of some silliness going on the stream here right now. I'm trying to get it worked out as we speak, so I will get with it here. Something is happening. Let's see. Okay, I think we're good. Anybody out there in the chat, go ahead and let me know if everything's coming through okay, and I'm pretty sure that we're good at the moment, but keep our fingers crossed. So we had Jonah reaching out in the previous stream. Unfortunately, I had to remake this stream. Things were going wrong right off the bat. I do apologize for that. How's it going, Jody? How you doing? I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Jody says, hi, okay, buddy, and I hear you real good. Excellent, glad to hear it. Let's see. So we are live here in Carpathian Countryside. Holy smokes. It looks like everything's starting to work out just fine now. Thank you all so very, very much. Let's see. I just need to close a couple of things in the background. Make sure that things are all nice and tidy. Yes, and everything's coming through now. Looks like everything's good. Jody says, what's your day been like? Oh my goodness. It has been a mess of a day, an absolute mess of a day. I'll get into more of it here later. We're going to wait here a couple minutes just to see who all can join us here tonight, but then we are going to get into this because we got a lot of stuff to do here tonight. We've got contracts to do here tonight. We've got a cultivating, a weeding, and a harvesting contract at minimum, and that harvesting is a potato contract. I do have a red beet and a carrot. I had leased out for the harvesting the ultra big, super capacity, wide working with, so we can just slam through these ones really quick, get them done and over with. And then there's the cultivating and the weeding. So we're going to set up the cultivating and weeding first, get those done and out of the way so the workers can just kind of chug away and do their thing. And then we're going to set our sights on the harvesting contracts here, because we'll be able to slam through those super, super quick. But what I have to do first is switch this over to a actual cart, because we got to be able to carry some of this stuff around, because I leased out the one set of equipment for harvesting, and this is what we're going to use. We're just going to use this to kind of bring our product back and forth. And I want to keep some of the potatoes. The rest of the stuff, the red beets and the carrots, I don't care about that stuff. I'm not going to be able to use it for anything other than, you know, something. So it really doesn't make sense to kind of do anything with it. Jody says, try and do contracts on Alma. Very nice, bud. Very, very nice. Yeah, Alma's an awesome map. Absolutely love it. I know it's been catching a lot of heat here lately because of of the updates they put out here lately. But it's one of those, I don't know. It's still a really solid map. And the updates are things that people can kind of tweak on and work on and kind of build it as they kind of go kind of thing. I understand people don't like the new fencing. People don't like the archway fencing. People don't like there's so many different things that that people are kind of pointing out and complaining about with the newest and latest update. But it's just one of those, I don't know. I still think it's a great map. I just can't bring myself to hate on it. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm just getting call here real quick that I have to respond to. I'm just going to text them back. Bradford, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. There we go. All right. Oh my goodness, my buddy, one of my buddies is listening in onto the stream here, and he was going to offer some help. I appreciate it, bud. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Thank you. No, I got it figured out, though. I appreciate it. Let's see. Jody says, I can't wait to see the maps you're going to do next. Oh, we're rapidly approaching. We're almost on episode 23 on Pelinier, and we're on 23. We're on 23 here. We're going to be on 23 in the next one for Pelinier. I mean, we're rapidly approaching the ends. This one might go on for a little while longer, just because, you know, there's more kind of scope that can be done here. But outside of that, I mean, there's still, I think there's still plenty of legs on this one. But Pelinier, we're starting to get towards the maximum capacity of the episodics, so might as well kind of go from there. But yeah, no, like I was saying, today has been kind of a black kind of day. It's been really, really odd. So I'll start out with how work went today. So I was sitting there just trying to... Mark K! How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Mark, check out some of those new emojis there, bud. You got a whole range of them, including a few Jasper emojis. He's been a mischievous little ghost here for the farm, so check him out. Let's see. No, we want this into a extension. Yes. There we go. So anyways, I was working today, and I went to set my sights onto something else for the job there, and then all of a sudden my computer just kind of stutters and stalls for some reason. I'm like, huh, well that's odd. So I go to click the screen, and it's just frozen. I'm like, okay, well whatever. And then all of a sudden, boom, blue screen. I'm like, oh, well, that's not good. And a little sad face pops up on, you know, on any Windows 10 machine, you know, gets that, you know, blue screen. They used to call it the blue screen of death. But, you know, now it's a blue screen with a sad face on it. And that popped up. I'm like, oh, that's not good. Well, all of a sudden the computer kicks off and sits there and does its thing. I'm like, okay, well, let's just fire back up. Not a big deal. And then all of a sudden it goes to a black screen. It's called the BIOS screen for those who aren't big into computers. And it's saying run diagnostics. I'm like, huh, okay, well. And it went to that. Normally it doesn't go to that screen at all unless something big time happens. And it's telling me, hey, you can run processor checks. You can run, you know, CPU checks. You can run all these different kinds of checks, right? Oh my goodness. So Mark says, you know I am with the Jasper throwing fire emoji. Should use a Mac. Duh. Well, that's what I'm using for my personal computer, but I can only do so much with my work computer. So anyways, it goes to that blue screen. I'm sitting there like, oh wow, this is not good. You know, or it goes to that black screen that's like, this is not good. So I end up, you know, trying to just do a hard reboot. You know, start it over and hoping that, you know, all things will just kind of come to an end. Well, nothing happens. It goes right back to that screen. I'm like, oh, well, that's definitely not good if it's, you know, kind of defaulting to this screen. Oh, no, come on now. So I see that it has an exit, so I click on the exit button. Well, then it takes me to a screen that says, oh, well, you can't, oh, there it goes. That's what I'm wanting. It goes to a screen that says that no, I think it's like no boot disk available or something along those lines. And I'm like, what is going on here? So I'm like, oh man, this is really not good. So I end up calling our IT department, and it was just a whole lot of back and forth, jumping around with them. It was absolutely crazy, and it was just like, I'm sitting there telling him exactly what I'm seeing, and I'm taking screenshots and sending them to him. And it's like, oh, I've never seen anything like this before. And it's like, oh, great. So I'm the only one that got this error with you. So I'm like, oh, man, that's not good. That's really not good. So needless to say, it's looking like I'm going to have to get a new PC and have them ship that out and all that stuff. That's just an absolute nightmare, because then I've got to take the old one, ship it back, and that's just a pain. So that's kind of how part of my day went. And then after that, just kind of went on to, just kind of sitting around waiting, because I'm sitting there waiting for IT to call back. I'm sitting there waiting for, any kind of resolution to happen. And that's when they finally called right at the end of the day. It's like, oh yeah, you're definitely going to need a new PC. It's nothing we can do about it, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh, great. Awesome. Fantastic. So I'm going to have to sit here and wait a few days for a new PC to get shipped out and sent to me and all that stuff. So I'm pretty much, dead in the water at the moment, which really stinks. Because right now is when we're really starting to get busy. We're really starting to get ramped up for stuff after everything that happened here recently. Well, then after work and all that stuff, or after my wife finishes work, because she's still doing her portion of what she's doing, we're like, okay, well, we got to go to the store, we got to pick up a few things and figure out what we're going to do for dinner. So we go out, get stuff for dinner and all that, and all of a sudden, like I'm just kind of walking through the store, walking through Walmart, and everything's going fine. It's not a huge deal. But then all of a sudden my wife's like, oh, I really wanted to get she likes this canned whipped cream. It's one of her favorite kind of go-to snacks at night. It's like a sugar-free can of whipped cream. So she's like, oh, well, they don't have any here at Walmart. So let's go run up to another store, another local store, and we'll pick up some. I'm like, yeah, okay, we can do that. That's fine. So we end up stopping up at the local store, and I run in with my 2-year-old daughter, and we're walking around, everything's going good and fine and dandy, and check out, and one thing this store does for little kids is that if you take your little kids to the bakery, they can get a cookie for free, and it's just like a little store cookie, and my daughter, she absolutely loves it. So every time we go up to this store, her first thing's like, cookie, cookie, cookie. It's like, only if you're good, sweetheart, can you have a cookie and whatnot. And she's generally always really good, so almost every single time we say, okay, that's fine. So we end up getting her a cookie. I go check out and all that stuff. Now I'm carrying groceries and all this stuff, and I've got the cart with me. And as I'm walking up to the car, I put her into the cart. My youngest daughter is in there with my wife, and she's absolutely losing it in the car. So we've got to get home. We've got to hurry. And as she is kind of doing her thing, trying to settle the little one, well, all of a sudden, I'm getting the older daughter in there, and I just push the cart off to the side of the car, out of everyone's way. It's not in the way or anything. I didn't return it to the cart corral or nothing like that, but I hop in the car and I start to leave because, again, youngest one's crying. She's starting to freak out, and she wants to go home. And what it is she wants dinner. She's hungry, and it's time for her to feed. So one of those, like, okay, we're gonna get home and go right to it kind of thing. Well, all of a sudden I notice this guy comes like charging up, not really charging, but kind of stomping up to the cart, and he grabs it, and he's kind of throwing his hands up, but because I'm kind of backing out of the parking spot, I'm not really paying that much attention to it. Now, where is this going to? 1 second. Oh, I missed a whole bunch right here. Zip. Perfect. Yeah, there we go. Now, what is this? This is going to, I think this is going to Jenny's. This is going, yes, to Jenny's. Okay. So this is going right down the street. Nope, I meant to lift that. There we go. So anyways, as I was saying, we end up going, or I'm starting backing up, and I'm not really paying that much attention, but I noticed out of like the corner of my eye, this guy's like really kind of animated. He's throwing his hands up in the air and just kind of, making a scene. kind of thing. And it's like, whatever. It is what it is. And as I'm leaving, start pulling up, and I'm now driving past the front of the store, he is just absolutely just like really animated at this point. He's like really having a bad day at this point. And I'm like, what the heck is this guy's problem? So I rolled down the window. I'm like, what's your problem, man? What's your problem, bud? And he's like, oh, you got the car. He is absolutely losing it. And now, mind you, he's an older guy. He's not like old. He's like probably my age. He's old enough to know better, that you don't just like freak out over petty stuff like this. And I'm like, you know what? I don't have the patience for this. I don't have the energy. And I've got a screaming, 4-month-old in the car. I'm no. So I ended up, it's like, you know what, bud, you have a good day. And just took off. It's like, you know what, not freaking worth it. But then I got to thinking about it. It's like, how stupid does somebody have to be? Like, I get it. I understand that, hey, I probably should have put the card away and whatnot. But like I said, I was kind of in a crunch at that point. And where do oh, that's right, I take it over here. That's right. So, one of those, I probably should have took the cart back and did all that. Fine, whatever. But it's one of those, like, he has no idea what the heck's going on in my car. He has no idea what's going on in my life. He's just assuming that I'm either lazy or that I'm just doing whatever kind of thing. And he's, getting on this high horse and just kind of, losing his stuff. And got me to thinking, it's like, you know what? If you don't know what's going on in the world, if you don't know what's going on in somebody's life, you don't have the full story. Like, don't interject yourself just because you think something's happening a certain way. Just because you think something's going on doesn't mean that that's exactly what's going on. And in this case, he had no idea that I had the 2 screaming kids in the car. In this case, it was the 1 4-month-old screaming in the car. It's like, dude, like, come on. Like, you don't have all the information. You're just getting on your high horse and, acting a fool. And I don't know. I just think it was a really kind of a silly kind of altercation. Something that wasn't even necessary. It was just dumb. Just plain and simple dumb. And it just kind of got me bent out of shape for kind of the rest of the day, I've been thinking about it all evening. Just all evening. It's like, man, what kind of world do you got to exist in to think that it's okay for you to go walking up and chastising some random person because of a shopping cart? Like, I'd totally understand if, like, I put the cart somewhere and it rolled off and ran into his car, and him being upset that, hey, there's now a dent in my car because of your lackadaisical, putting the cart away. Nothing like that happened. He just wanted to get on his high horse and act like a fool, just act like a crazy person. So, I don't know. Just seemed really, really stupid, really silly in my opinion. All right, so let's catch up with the chat here. We got Mark K says, did you try praying to the Microsoft gods? Oh, no. I've learned long ago that the Microsoft gods don't answer prayers. Jody says, hi, Mark. Mark says, hi, Jody. Mark says, that's when the wait begins. Oh, yes, 100%. Jody says, how much is the contract? This contract is $31,000. The other 2 harvesting contracts for root crops, for the red beets and the carrots, got $38,000 and almost $9,000 a piece. So these ones we're just going to straight up accept when it comes time for this one to be done. But these 2 are going to go by much faster because I'm not trying to save any additional product. So it's going to be really quick. Jody says, remember all the people that passed away on this day, 9/11. Will you remember all the people? Yes. You know what? You make a very good point. And Jonah, I do apologize. I saw that you did comment earlier, but I had to start a new stream here. So Jonah pointed this out earlier, as he tends to always hop on before the streams begin. Jonah, thank you so much for hopping on and leaving a comment. Pretty much said the same thing about 9/11. So I do want to take a moment of silence just for those victims, the nearly 3,000 that were lost this time, 23 years ago? Was it 23 years ago? It's 2001. Yeah, wow. Holy smokes. So yeah, I'd like to just take a moment to, and may all those victims' memories live on, because it was an absolute tragedy. I remember to this day where I was when 9/11 happened. It was absolutely nuts, and it's burned into my brain. Like I said, I vividly remember 23 years later, I was at school. I was in high school at the time, and I was a junior, I believe, and I was in the office. I was a basically a teacher's assistant for the main office building. And I was sitting there working on something, and they would have the news playing on the TVs in the background, kind of thing, in the office there. And all of a sudden, I just looked up because I was in the filing room. I was filing away all these old like paperworks and whatnot. It was like transcripts for the students. And all of a sudden, I look up and I see, the planes that hit the tower, and it's like, whoa. It just kind of blew my mind. It's like, what just happened? Like, what's going on? And then, a little while later, the second plane, like, at first, everyone's speculating, like, oh man, is this like an accident? Did something just go horribly, horribly wrong? And then, however much time later, the second one hit, and it was like, okay, no, that's not a coincidence. That's something bad is really bad happening. So yeah, no, it was just an awful, awful day. And then later on, the plane that went down in Pennsylvania, and then the Pentagon, and all that stuff, it was, wow, just absolutely crazy. But, really feel bad for all the victims, all their families. Like I said, it was nearly 3,000 people that day. Just gone in an instant. It was just a complete and utter tragedy. And, it's still felt to this day. There's still people who are suffering, from, all the smoke and debris that they breathed in, all the fire rescue and whatnot, the people who are at ground zero, all that stuff. It is still felt by people to this day. And not only praying for the victims of 9/11, the nearly 3,000, but everybody who was affected that day, the families, the rescuers, every single one of them that was there, that was helping, that was victims, that was everything, that was just all of them, deserves a spot in our hearts, in our memories, and it is something that should never be forgotten, ever. It was a tragedy of nearly biblical proportions, and an entire city's skyline changed permanently that day. Besides the obvious victims and all that stuff, like the entire landscape of the country changed in a blink of an eye. So it's one of those, never forget. Never, ever forget. Take a moment to remember them. Take a moment to just wish anybody still around from it, hoping that they're doing the best that they possibly can be doing. If you know anybody who's like directly affected by it, then do what you can to help them out if they need it. It's one of those that it should never be forgotten. It should never be something that's just kind of memory hold. It should always be in the forefront of our minds. Always. Let's see. Let me catch up with the chat. We've got... Yeah, Jody says, there are crazy people out there. See, that's the thing, though, is I'm not even necessarily convinced this guy was necessarily crazy as much as he just had a high horse. He just had it out to where he was either in a bad mood or just something about it. Just like I said, he just felt like he had the moral high ground. But again, it's one of those things that if you don't know the full story about what's going on, then just see your way out of it. Just don't bother with it because you don't know everything that's going on. There are so many examples of people butting into something, not minding their own business, and then making a situation 100 times worse because you don't have all the information. It might be from your point of view that everything is crystal clear, but oftentimes that's the result of shallow thinking. And what I mean by that is there's a saying that all shallows are clear. So if you're going to think about a subject, any subject whatsoever, any situation, and you're thinking about it surface level, then everything's going to look crystal clear and everything's going to be, hunky-dory, and you're going to be able to come up with all the solutions. But it's insanely rare, incredibly rare, that any situation, any topic, anything is just so crystal clear, black and white, that you're going to be able to come up with the proper solution at that point in time. It's almost impossible that is how any situation is, unless you're directly involved, unless like you're person A and somebody else is person B and you are right in the middle of it, then it's very unlikely that you've got the full scope of things. If you're just a casual observer, you just happen upon a situation, you don't know what's going on. You have no clue. So just mind your business. The world would be so much better if people would just mind their business, wouldn't care about what everybody else is doing. For the most part, there are certain situations where yes, you need to make your voice and opinion heard about certain subjects. There's obviously certain things, but those are those subjects where it can be extrapolated out to the greater society. In these kind of individualistic, nitty-gritty kind of, happenings like what just happened today, like I described what happened today, in the grand scheme of things, if I would have just gotten out of the car and just, I'm sorry, what would it have accomplished? What did he honestly expect to achieve by sitting there and getting me to acknowledge it in any capacity, whether it's to get out and to move the cart or anything? What was achieved? Nothing would have changed. Absolutely nothing. Putting it next to the car or in the cart corral doesn't change anything in his world or in anybody else's. It may save the cart pusher, the person that's paid to go out and get the carts, a few extra steps. But more than likely, they're having to go out and pass by that cart either way, because they're going to go to the next cart corral and then the next cart corral. And I've done that job. I've done, cart pushing. I know exactly what it entails. And it never bothered me when people would just put the carts wherever, because I'm being paid regardless of how many trips or how many back and forths I have to do, how many cars I have to weave in and out of. I'm getting paid regardless. My job doesn't, pay me less because I have to take more time. I'm not getting more pay because I have to get more carts. Anything like that. So it's one of those, it is what it is kind of thing. Like I said, if it was bad weather and it pushed the cart into his car and he was upset that his car got damaged and it was a result of my negligence, then maybe he'd have a leg to stand on. But in this case, I feel like it was just a complete waste of everyone's time. And yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand what would make anybody react in such a way as to think that that was an appropriate reaction. So, I don't know. Let me know what you all think. Was I a jerk? Was I a jerk by leaving the cart there? Was this a complete overreaction by this person's part? Was it, everybody at fault? Who knows? Let me know what you think in the comments. Let's see. So Mark says, so you're saying I got to come handle it. Mark, if you're going to offer to come down and handle it, come down and handle it. Have fun there, bud. Jonah, how's it going, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Says hello. Jody with the American flags. Absolutely. We got Bradford saying the other thing is you did not know what happened to him before the interaction with you. Well, and that's exactly the point I'm making there, Bradford. Thank you, because not only do I not know what happened to him, but he has no idea what's happening to me. And that's what I'm saying is, unless you know the full story about what's going on, just don't bother. It has no bearing on anything whatsoever. It doesn't change anything that's happening. So it's just one of those, like I said, it wasn't even an A and B conversation. It was a interaction, and then somebody seed their way into it. It was the most wild interaction I've ever had with an individual ever, and I was just personally just disgusted with the entire interaction because, like I said, you don't know what you don't know, and this guy didn't know. So at the end of the day, it is what it is, but it's just insanely annoying. It's incredibly annoying when you have somebody voice themselves upon your life like that for no good reason. So let's see. Let's get this done. We're just about done here. And then we're going to be able to slam through these next couple of comments. Oh, that's what I should have done. You know what? Before we keep going at this, let's set these two off because why not? Let's see. Jody says, I was in Atlanta, Georgia when that happened. Oh, yeah. No, I was up in Michigan when that happened. And I had friends and family that actually worked and lived in the area when that happened. And thankfully for them, they weren't in the area that day. Thankfully for them. Because, like I said, they were right. One of them, as a matter of fact, used to visit the Twin Towers on a very regular basis. I don't recall what it was for, why they would go there as often as they did, but they were there semi-regularly. But on that day, they just didn't have to go there. So thankfully, that was the case. Unfortunately, though, obviously they knew a lot of people in that area and knew plenty of people personally who were affected by what happened on 9/11. So one of those, fortunate for them that they were unharmed, unfortunate that they still carry around the scars of it to this day. So it's just, it's a tragedy. It's an absolute tragedy, and like I said, never forget, and yeah, just never forget. Let's just leave it at that. Let's see. Oh. I should pay attention to the road first and then read the comments. That's probably going to be the better bet here. But yeah, no, it was just a kind of a blah kind of day. It was just one of those kind of days where, it just seemed like nothing could go right. Not that it was a bad day. I'm not going to say it was bad. But it was just blah. Just kind of blah. Because it takes a lot. It takes a lot for me to be able to say, it's a bad day. It's a bad day. Because in retrospect, unless some kind of tragedy happens to me personally, I can't say that I have too many bad days. Like, I don't know, like, when you kind of weigh everything out, when you really kind of think about everything in totality, like, a lot of the things where it's like, oh man, it's been really crappy, it's been blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, but there's just so much worse out there that could happen that, like, it might not be a good day, fine, I can accept that, but to say it's a bad day, I don't know. It takes a lot for me to be like, yeah, it's been a bad day. It's been a bad day. When my mother passed, that was a bad day. That was a really, really bad day. So like I said, there's so many bad things that can happen in this world. It takes a lot for me to be able to sit here and say today was bad, kind of thing. And again, I think that's an approach that a lot more people should try and take. It's like, there's I'm not saying a lot of people, but there's some people out there. It's like, oh man, they're always very negative. There's a lot of negativity out in the world, and I get it. There's a lot of negative things to complain about. There's a lot of things out there that can be bad, but in the grand scheme of things, if you got your health, if you got a roof over your head, you got clothes on your back, then at bare minimum, you can start from a point of knowing that, hey, there's probably, millions of people out there that have it way, way worse than I do, and I should be at minimum grateful for the things that I have, and then kind of use that in retrospect to decide whether or not something is really, truly awful from that point. Build up from there. Try and see the glass as half full rather than seeing it as half empty. And that's why I can say when I have these kind of days, it was blah. Just blah. Nothing great happened today. Nothing truly bad in retrospect happened other than, some I'm not going to say it, but some person, decided to have whatever kind of reaction that they had to me. And whatever. It is whatever. So, let's see. We've got Jonas. I was in Jackson, Mississippi. And like I said, what's wild is it was such a defining event that many of us can not only remember where we were, we know exactly what we were doing, we know what we were thinking, we know all these very fine details. And there's those kind of events, those kind of things that happen are so few and far between that something so powerful happens that it's ingrained, it's burned into so many people's minds. I can't think of another time where, pretty much anybody and everybody can be like, I was here, I was doing this, and this is what I was thinking, this is what I was feeling. Like all these different kind of like range of emotions that people can very distinctively, like very, very much kind of lay out and kind of tell you exactly what was going on to them at that time, on that day, at that hour. It's just, those kind of events are very few and far between. Thankfully, those kind of events are very few and far between. And I don't know, it's just, like I said, it's just one of those kind of things that when something like that happens, when something that powerful happens, it shouldn't be forgotten. And unfortunately, there's a lot of bad things that happens in this world that people do end up forgetting about. That just, it didn't personally impact me, kind of thing. Or it's not a tragedy to such a scale that they're able to be like, and just kind of blow it off, kind of thing, and kind of let it fall down the memory hole, kind of thing. But this one definitely shouldn't be. Let's see. We'll get around the corner here, and then I'll break and keep on reading here. And I'm just taking out all the signs, aren't I? Anyways, let's see. Jody says, it was truly a sad day. America come back strong. Yes, and that's it. That was one of those. The one good thing that I can say that came out of 9/11 is that there was a huge shift in the kind of general feeling of everyday people. A shift of this great unity that everybody was an American that day, and everybody kind of came together and felt the pain for everyone. It wasn't just a New York event. It wasn't just a, something that happened in the city. It was something that happened to every single American, and everybody in that instant just deflated. Everybody felt it. And everybody kind of came together and unified behind what was happening at that time. So that's the one good, quote unquote, good thing that came of it, is that it allowed people who would normally never be able to come together on anything, that could be polar opposites, allowed them to come together and, be one, to be Americans. Let's see. So we've got yes, Jody says a lot of people got cancer from that smoke. Absolutely they did. A lot of people. A lot of the rescuers, a lot of the first responders, like I said, are still suffering to this day. And like I said, it didn't just take just the nearly 3,000 people that day. It took so many others beyond that. And it was a tragedy. It was an absolute tragedy of epic proportions. Jody says 61 days to FS25. I know, I can't wait. Cannot wait. Jody's then said, no, you did it right thing, buddy. That's what I would have done. I mean, I feel like I didn't do anything necessarily wrong. Should I put the cart back? Maybe. But again, when taking the whole the situation in totality, no, I'm not going to abandon my wife and 2 girls in order to, move a cart, several spaces away and leave them to just sit there and kind of suffer. Because like I said, at this point, she was losing it. She was not happy. 4-month-old, you can't just sit there and say, okay, little girl, you're fine. Just suck it up and do your thing. Like, no, you can't do that. You've gotta, and especially when they're that young, you can't let them cry too hard for too long, because they can start, I forget what it's called, but essentially they lose oxygen when they cry too hard for too long, and they can hurt themselves. They can actually legitimately hurt themselves, and you got to take them to the doctor, the hospital, and they can get really, really hurt. So you need to act when they're starting to cry, and when they're starting to cry really, really hard, because they don't have the capability of regulating that kind of thing to know when they're going too hard and too far. Jody says, pray for all those in Louisiana. Yes. So they got the hurricane that's coming up, and I think they just recently upgraded to a Category 2, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully, a Cat 2 typically isn't a big deal, especially for a coastal area like Louisiana, like Florida, and all that stuff. Again, me being, living in Florida for over 20 years now, I've seen my fair share of hurricanes, and typically, there's not much to worry about if it's below a 3. You need to start worrying. You need to start kind of bracing yourself when you start reaching 3s, and you really need to start considering getting the heck out of Dodge when it's in the 4s and 5s. That's when you really need to consider, it's okay, it's time to, especially depending on where you are in relation to the coast and whatnot. I'm far enough away to coast where it would take a storm of biblical proportions where it would be able to flood the roads and flood the area enough to be able to affect me. It would take a massive direct hit hurricane at Cat 5 levels to be able to flood where I'm at, because I'm far enough away from the coast and far enough away from large bodies of water that wouldn't be an issue. Now, I've seen when I go towards the coast, I've seen when those hurricanes can push storm waters and make the surge waves and flood out areas. I've seen it, and it's scary. It's incredibly terrifying, to see just all that water just start creeping up and going closer and closer and closer to your home. and whatnot, because oftentimes it's not really the wind that's the issue. Generally it's not the wind. What you have to worry about is what the wind is blowing. Ron White had a stand-up special a while back, and it was he put it very succinctly. It was basically, it's not that the wind is blowing, it's what the wind is blowing. And it's true. It's blowing the water, it's blowing debris, it's blowing, all this stuff. And depending on what kind of place you live in, what kind of home you have, that also changes the calculations. It's, again, the wind is blowing, it might be blowing your house, kind of thing. So one of those where hopefully if it remains a Cat 2, then I wouldn't necessarily be too concerned about Louisiana. Because that's generally, even on a direct hit, unless you're on like the immediate coastline and all that stuff, and potential flooding and stuff like that, there might be some loss of mementos and stuff like that if people aren't adequately prepared and all that stuff. But generally you're not going to see like utter and complete devastation. So that's, again, based on my experiences, on what I've been through with hurricanes. So, yes, pray for those in Louisiana. Pray for anybody, regardless of the size of any storm. Always, have them in the forethought of, hey, hope that you get through this, that nothing happens. Because even just the power getting knocked out can be devastating for certain people. People with like CPAP machines, with air regulators, with all that kind of stuff. Like, losing power for an undetermined amount of time can be deadly. It can be a huge tragedy. So I'm saying, yeah, it's probably not going to be utterly devastating if it's a 2, even if it's a 3, especially after like all the after everything they experienced with Katrina and all that stuff. They hopefully have had plenty enough time to kind of get their stuff together and be like, okay, well, these are the parts of the infrastructure we need to make sure are secured this time. So that's fingers crossed. Anyways, let's see, what do we got going on here in the chat? We got Taco de Groot. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. This is good evening all. Jody says hi, Taco. Taco says hi to Jody. Jody says, how are you doing, Taco? And Taco says, enjoying a live stream and a glass of Sauvignon Blanc. Very nice. Very, very nice. That sounds very, very good. Taco says, how about you? Eating some Kit Kats. Ooh. Taco says, enjoy. Man, some Kit Kats sounds so good right now. Holy smokes. And that's kind of the week that I've had here. Been uprooted with a bunch of change here today. Not today, but this week. So I was going through some of the... let me back up. So I've mentioned on the stream how my wife and I were trying to do better about our caffeine intake and spending so much money on things like Starbucks and whatnot. My wife, she absolutely loves Starbucks. She can spend all of our money at Starbucks. And I love me some energy drinks. I could spend all of our money on energy drinks. So one of those where we basically committed ourselves to be better about, going out to Starbucks and me going out and getting energy drinks. And not to say that I'm eliminating caffeine or anything like that. It's just finding different avenues to be able to have them. And in energy drinks like Monster, Red Bulls, all that, it's not good for you. It's really not good for you. You drink them in excess, they can be damaging, they can hurt you. I actually have a friend who lost somebody because of excessive energy drinks. Their basically heart exploded. Not literally, but they just drank so much caffeine that just their heart couldn't keep pace, and they had a heart attack and passed. So yeah, it was just one of those. Just it's not good. It's not healthy. And that's can be said with anything in excess. But anyways, my wife and I decided that I would switch to like caffeinated water additives. Those like energy, not teas, but what are they called? They're like the flavor packets, like Crystal Light, but with caffeine in them. And it's something that I can, kind of sit there and monitor. And it's like, okay, well, each packet has 100 micrograms of caffeine, which means that I can have, 4 of those and be within a healthy range of caffeine intake per day. So I think it's like 400 micrograms of caffeine is what you're allowed to have per day. That's like the safe recommended levels kind of thing. And we decided that we were going to, I was going to switch to that. She was going to do like homebrew coffees because her goal is she wants to spend less, because her caffeine, that's not an issue. I want to spend less because caffeine drinks are extremely expensive. You figure even my preferred, which are the Rockstar sugar-frees, I mean, the cheapest I can find them nowadays is like $2 per can. So it adds up pretty quickly. But now that we've switched to these, I was drinking what were they called? It was basically the Walmart brand version of the caffeine drink, and then along with it is like kind of an additional flavor, because I use the giant like 64 ounce growler jug to have all my water, so that way I can have 2 of those and I've had more than enough water throughout the day. And it also helped limit my caffeine intake, because I would put 1 caffeine in there with a couple of flavor packets and it'd be perfect. It was the perfect ratio for me. Well, my wife and I, we got to thinking, it's like, man, we really ought to check out what kind of ones we were getting. I was getting the Hawaiian Punch 3-pack, the triple flavor version of the flavor packets and the Great Value energy drinks. And we were looking at them, but just, I don't remember why we decided to look at them. But we looked at them, and that's when we realized, holy smokes, they are loaded with all these dyes and stuff, like red food coloring number 40, blue 1, yellow 5, yellow 6, all these things that, they say are linked to cancer. They're like these colorings, these food colorings, they say are linked to cancer. And it's like one of those, like, okay, well, I haven't read any of the studies, I haven't done any of the research, but whatever. It's not going to be a huge tragedy for me to switch this out just to try and avoid, even the potential kind of thing. So ended up tossing all the ones that we had before, and it was one of those where now I'm kind of in a place where I'm like, oh man, well, what do I go to? What kind of thing can I have now in my, because water's boring. Water is so incredibly boring that I just personally, I can't stand just straight water. I'll drink it if I have to, but I gotta have some kind of flavor. I've gotta have something to make it like just not water. Like I said, it's boring. It's just boring. And so I'm sitting there looking around. I go to Walmart to see if they have anything, and they got like 1 or 2 options. It's like, I go to my local store and they've got like an option. Like, it's like, okay, the flavors aren't really kind of piquing my interest. Then I finally find like a couple of there was one kind of Gatorade version. Oh, that's why I'm not completing it yet. I always forget that this is split into 2 sections. So field 14 is this side here and on the other side of the road over here. Oh my goodness, I was so confused. I was like, why am I not getting the complete? I thought I would have gotten it long ago. Well, that's why. Hey. Yeah, 81%. Oh my goodness. So anyways, so I found a few, and one of them was a Gatorade hydrate packet. and it was like one was watermelon flavored, the other was I think strawberry or something like that, and it's okay. It's okay. I'm kind of a fruit punch kind of guy. I kind of like the kind of tangy fruit punch kind of thing. Again, I'm a big child, so those kind of sweet drinks are kind of my forte. And I couldn't find anything that was similar to that. The only thing I found that was like a fruit punch that didn't have all the kind of crap in it was this liquid version. It was called Strella. I don't remember, but it's a little green bottle. But it's all these things without the food coloring. They're so expensive. They're ridiculously expensive. So I'm like, there's got to be something out there. Well, I finally found this stuff called True Lemon. The True Lemon makes a energy version in multiple flavors. Nothing, unfortunately, in like a fruit punch kind of version like I would like, but that's fine. But they make an energy version and they make a flavor packet version like a Crystal Light. And I'm like, oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. I'll go ahead and I'll try this out. And I was able to find it on Amazon. I got a 30-pack strawberry lemonade and a... what was it? No, it was two 30-packs. So it was 60 packs of the lemonade. Oh, this one. Sweet. And done. Waiting is still going. Oh, yeah, that's chugging along. So now let's dump this. So anyways, I found two 30-pack version of the strawberry lemonade without all the crap and additive put to it. And let's see, it's two flavors of the energy. One's I think it's a blackberry pomegranate? No. Maybe? Blackberry pomegranate? Maybe? And a cherry something or other flavor as well. And I haven't tried them out yet, but I'm hopeful. Because I ended up, when I was looking the other day, I bought several different kinds. But I ended up trying this stuff called Alani. That, it was like, what was it? Like $10 for the box? And it came with like, was it 10 or $20 for a box? And it was like 10 packets. It was insanely expensive. And it's like, no, I can't justify continuing to do that price for energy drink. For like, oh, you know what? Let me dump the rest of this. This is fine to dump. This won't be a lot. And then whatever's left in the harvester there, I will take back to the farm and kind of dump it out there. So let's get this. So I don't need this here anymore. What I also need to do is push the pipe away. Ooh, okay. Alright, let's turn off the light. I don't need the light. Oh. You could have gone the other way that I pointed you in, right? It probably would have been faster, too. Anyways. So, yeah. Anyways, long story short is I found a much cheaper alternative. It's going to allow me to still have my caffeine. And here's the thing is, I'll drink coffee every once in a while. But I'm not a huge coffee fan. Just one of those that, one, I cannot stand hot coffee. Hot coffee to me is that kind of bitter, acidic taste that I really just don't care for. And I've tried so many different cups, flavors, like brands, so many different kinds. My father, he's a huge coffee drinker. He drinks coffee, multiple coffees all day. He's a big coffee guy. And he even tried me on this, it was this Vietnamese coffee, and he is absolutely in love with this coffee. So he used to be a general contractor. He used to, do pretty much anything and everything for everyone. And he, at one point or another, used to work with this guy from Vietnam. Really nice guy. Met him a couple of times. He took us to this really awesome Vietnamese restaurant. And it was delicious. He sat there, oh, you should try this, you should try that. All these things are delicious, and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, oh man, like, he was just a cool guy. But he's like, he was also a big coffee drinker, like my dad. My dad at that time, he used to drink, I want to say it wasn't Folgers, but it was like maybe like Maxwell House or something. It was one of the cheaper kind of bottom of the barrel kind of coffees. And this guy, he was so funny because he was really animated. And he's oh, why do you drink that slop? Why do you drink that? That's disgusting. Oh, you should try this. You should try this. And he had the really strong accent and all that stuff. And he was hilarious, this guy. So you should try this stuff. And he pours my dad a cup of coffee. And he's like, oh, you take very, very little sips because it's really strong. So, oh, don't you worry. I enjoy a strong cup of coffee. Oh, my goodness. Don't worry. I enjoy a strong cup of coffee. And, he takes a swig. And sure enough, he should have listened. He should have listened, because he said that it was one of the strongest cups of coffee he said that he's ever had. But he said it was one of the best cups of coffee that he ever had. He said it was delicious. He's like, oh yeah, I get this stuff on Amazon, and it's it's da-da-da-da-da, it's really good, and all this stuff. And he's like, oh man, I'm absolutely gonna get it. And ever since, not a single day has gone by where that hasn't been his coffee. And he loves it, and he orders it all the time. All the time he'll order it. Let's see. Let's go ahead and complete that. Let's accept and accept. Haha, 31, 36. Let's see, 31 way out there, 36 down there. And where are these all going? Harvesting is going to, the transport company. And Jenny's Farm. So Jenny's Farm is the carrots on 36. So let's go to 36 first, because that's going to be the closest one. And we'll be able to finish that off. Then we'll go over to 31. So anyways, let me catch up with the chat. So we've got... let's see. I think Jody says, ain't made landfall made landfall a while ago, category 2. Okay, so... like I said, one of those that Cat 2 isn't generally a big deal unless there's some kind of underlying storm surge. Generally, the worst kind of effects you'll see with the Cat 2 is the surge for those that are closest to the shoreline kind of thing. But then there's typically breaks and stuff like that where there's kind of ways around it. Like around here, those who live on the coast generally don't have what was considered a single-story house. They have a stilt house, and it's literally their house is about an extra story tall, and is built on stilts. It's just there's nothing underneath besides stilts, but besides these legs, and it just holds it up off the ground. And if it surges, then the worst-case scenario is that their car is underwater, and they might have to clean out their car and stuff like that. But other than that, it's typically not a huge deal because we tend to innovate our way out of disasters. So here's hoping. Obviously there's going to be exceptions. Obviously there's going to be things that, that are going to kind of slip through the cracks of what I'm saying and all that stuff. And on the whole, that's generally how it goes. Generally. Taco de Groot says, BDD, I am in the food business for 41 years. Stop Starbucks and energy drinks, buy a espresso machine, and brew your own coffee. Dominican coffee is good. All energy drinks are the absolute evil. So the one thing I will say, I agree with you. Now that I've kind of done a bit more research and kind of looked into it a bit more than what I have done, the one thing I will say is the brand Ghost is actually not the worst. It's not the best, but they don't have the dyes. They don't have all the kind of extra garbage that most energy drinks, that most kind of bad things for you is going to have in them. They don't have the dyes. Every single flavor they have is crystal clear, regardless of the flavor profile. So there's no dyes. There's no kind of nasty additives. There was a gentleman I ran into at it was a GNC, and obviously a big health guru. He was a health coach outside of working for GNC. He was a health coach, worked at a local gym and all that stuff. And he was telling me that Ghost is probably the one energy brand that, and specifically the pre-made ones, the cans, the jugs, like I guess the other thing I can compare it to is like G Fuel, like the kind of powder mix stuff. Ghost version does have the dyes, does have the additives and all that stuff. I don't know why, because their canned stuff is actually not that bad, not that terrible. And again, because I'm a small child, and I like, specific flavors like a child would, they have a Warhammer flavor. Not Warhammer, sorry, that's a video game, and that's not even a video game, that's a board game that got co-opted into a video game and into a movie and all that stuff. No, Warheads. They made a Warhead flavor. It was the watermelon Warhead flavor, and it's all like sour and stuff, and it tastes exactly like a watermelon Warhead tasted, the hard candy. Did I go? I went in the wrong direction. So yeah, every once in a while now, if I'm having either a really bad day, like, you know what? Again, perspective. If I'm having a bad day, and it's a really bad day, then I will be like, okay, I'll talk to my wife. It's okay. It's been kind of a bad day. I kind of want to go get an energy drink, just kind of a pick me up kind of thing. And is this it? This is it. Okay. And that's what I'm going to be sticking to now if that kind of a day happens. Oh, I'm taking stuff from the other field too. Here we go. Let's see how many carrots we get out of this field. This should actually be a pretty decent amount. It's going to be my guess. But because these are carrots and not anything that I actually need, I'm just going to use these as sail bait. So whatever I get out of this is what I get out of it, and it's going to be, just going to add padding to the amount of money that I got. So let's get this. And actually here, before I go too deep into this, let's keep reading. Taco says that should be a space. Maybe should be a space. Oh, I got you. Okay, I'm with you now. Jody says drinking a Coca-Cola tonight. Jody, you're kind of going the other way of what we're discussing, but that's okay. That's okay. Will, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, yo, what up? What up, Will? Hope you're having a great one. Taco says, haven't had a cola for over 25 years. You know what? Like I said, I'm trying to get better. I'm trying not to drink all that stuff and whatnot. Like I said, if water wasn't so boring to me, I would just go with the straight water. I really would. But it's just one of those that I just get so bored of it so quickly. I just can't do it. I cannot do just straight water. But I should. I really should. But this is my compromise, is trying to find something that is at least going to be, might not be the best for me, but it's not going to be, the worst for me either. So kind of pick our battles where we can at this point. So, oop. Oh, and I am missing that little sliver out there. That's all right. We'll read the chat here in just a second. I got to backtrack to that. Wow, this is going to be over 1 million liters. Just this one field alone of carrots. Let's see. Let's go to the map. Make sure I'm not missing a whole bunch. Oh yeah, see, that's why I looked. It's right there at the very beginning. I must have turned So this harvester is absolutely fantastic. If you're just looking to get a job done and get it done fast, this is fantastic. 5 million liter capacity in its current configuration, and it's got a 100-meter working width. I mean, just absolutely fantastic. I love it for getting these jobs done quickly. That's the whole reason. But you have to drive in straight lines. You cannot turn. If you turn, you lose out. Like right there, you see, it topped it. It topped every bit of it. But what it didn't do is give me all the stuff. So I missed this whole chunk way out here. So it's not a huge deal. It's not, you know, the worst thing to happen, but it's enough to, if you're not paying attention, you can miss out on a good amount of product. So that's why I try and take very straight paths, not get too far off, and, you know, always double and triple check the map to make sure there's nothing I missed. And yep, perfectly, totally harvested. Turn that off. Now again, this is going to Jenny's, I believe. Carrots to Jenny's, yes. So that's right around the corner. Let's see. Will says, I drink G Fuel. And like I said, I haven't looked into G Fuel and whether or not it has any of the stuff that I was talking about before. Like I said, the red 40s, the yellow 5, yellow 6, blue 1, blue 2, red fish, blue fish, 1 fish, 2 fish. You know, I haven't checked to make sure that it had any of that stuff in it for that particular brand. But like I said, I was really disappointed because that's the only thing I could think of to compare that Ghost brand to. Is that really shocked me because I saw that they had the powder additive. I'm like, oh man, this would be perfect. I could use Ghost because I know the cans are decent. They don't have any of the dyes I'm looking for, any of the stuff that is like a really red flag kind of thing. Like there's, you know, the sweeteners and stuff that aren't the greatest for you, but I'm not going to drink so many of these that it's going to be something to worry about kind of thing. But when I was looking at the kind of canister of the Ghost, I was just shocked. It's a completely different recipe. I wasn't expecting that. So it was a big disappointment. So Ghost, do better. You do a halfway decent job with your canned stuff. Why are you doing something different for your bottles? Zoom. Ooh, look at that. $20,000 in carrots. And that's just the harvest. That has nothing to do with the contract itself. Which the contract was how much? $40,000. Okay. I'll take that. No, I'm pretty sure I saw this was, yeah. Yeah, I did see that. Helps if I turn it on. Let's see. Jody says, I love my energy drinks. Don't worry about things. And you know what? Hey, that's to each their own. Like I said, it's one of those. I'm not sitting here saying that everyone needs to think about this kind of stuff, that they need to worry. Like, it is what it is. You know, it's one of those that I'm going to pay attention to it because that's just something that's important to my wife. It's important to me. So it's something I'm going to pay attention to. But I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, well, everybody needs to do X and everybody needs to do Y. No, that's not cool. That's not cool. You know, everybody, y'all are adults. You do you. And, you know, my hat's off to you. Let's see. Jody says, drinking Coke and eating chicken tonight. Ooh, very nice. I actually had some chicken myself. I ended up making for everybody, actually. For my oldest daughter and my wife and myself, made chicken quesadillas. It actually turned out really good. So I tried something a little different tonight for my quesadilla. My wife, she just wanted her chicken and cheese. She was happy with that. But me, and what she does is she'll take a little bit of her, I think it's G. Hughes barbecue sauce. It's like a sugar-free barbecue sauce. And she'll take a teaspoon of that per section, because I'll cut it into quarters. And she'll take like a teaspoon and just kind of slap a little bit onto the top of it and smear it around kind of thing. And it's basically like a barbecue chicken quesadilla. But me, I did something a little bit different tonight. So what I ended up, because I'll normally do the same thing, but what easy. There we go. Silly worker. So anyways, what I ended up doing is I made a little bit fancier of a quesadilla. And what I did is, well, what we ended up doing is we ended up getting one of those rotisserie chickens from the store. And I came home, deboned it, and got all the meat off it. It was delicious, absolutely fantastic. And after getting all the meat off the bone, I ended up cutting it up into the very, very fine, like almost, I'm not going to say ground, but it's pretty fine cuts. And I threw it in a bowl, and then to that bowl, I added some cheese, and I got some, like a 4-cheese Mexican blend, added cilantro, corn, black beans, pickled jalapenos, and barbecue sauce. And me, I'm not as big into the G Hughes as she is. She's more into that one. I ended up using, I think I had like a little bit left of this Sonny's honey barbecue, so I went with that. And mixed it all up, and then I put it inside the quesadilla. I pan seared it to where it was, golden on the outsides. Threw it on a plate, cut it into quarters. Oh my goodness. When I tell you that was so good, it was so good. It was really good. And I know there's some people out there who are like, oh, cilantro, that stuff's gross. It tastes like soap. I love cilantro. I've never had that experience. So I know there's plenty of people out there who's like, oh man, cilantro, it tastes like soap, and that they'll just swear up and down. I guess I don't have that gene. It's something about it I'm totally fine with it. Matter of fact, pretty much any of my kind of Tex-Mex meals that I make, I'll have cilantro in it, and it's delicious. Delicious. Let's see. So we've got where am I on the... There we go. Will says, I sent some awesome screenshots of BDD. Absolutely you did. We'll be showing those off here a little bit. Let's see. Will says, I drink a lot of seltzer water. Oh wow. That's not a very popular drink, so that, hey, again, nothing wrong with that. Jody says, Team BDD. Hey, that's it. Let's have more Team BDDs. I know Jonah's out there. I know he's listening. Jonah, have you learned your lesson yet? You told me that Jasper came about and started messing with you a bit. Have you decided to come to Team BDD? We're welcoming. We'll embrace you with open arms here on Team BDD. We won't reject you. We won't make you eat crow or nothing. It's okay. We're all allowed to make mistakes. Pencils have erasers for a reason. So, if you wanna embrace Team BDD, I'm okay with it. So just throwing it out there, bud. Just throwing it out there. Oh my goodness. Let's get this. This is... Oh, I lowered the weight. That's why it did. It's like, why didn't it lower? What's going on? It's because you're on the wrong implement, silly. Ay. So now... Boop. Let's work it off that way. Where was I? Will says, BDD, you should use a self-propelled carrot harvester that came with the premium edition. Oh, dude, are you kidding me right now? I don't want to be on until like 4 in.the.morning trying to get a contract done and sitting there going side by side with that thing. Are you? No. Are you kidding me? Holy smokes, dude. You are trying to sign me up for a world of pain. This is my go-to harvester when I just want to get the job done. Oh my goodness. Can I... Oh, I can't get there from this back road because there's that little farm that this gets cut through. Okay. Well, so what I have to do is go... I'll make a right at this next road and then make a first left that I can. Oh, so much better. But yeah, no, it just one of those. Oh my goodness, I am just clobbering everything today. You know what? Why not? Let's. We've got to pay. According to Ken, we've got to pay for all the signs that we damaged. That we've got to do all this stuff to help repair all the nonsense that I've destroyed over the 23 some odd showings here on Carpathian Countryside. So why not just take them all out? Why am I bothering being all evasive and whatnot? You know what? Not gonna. I'm just gonna plow in every single thing that I can, and so be it. So be it. At this point, what am I trying to save? Oh my goodness. Is it? Why is the implement down? What? I think I can go straight. Let's. Oh. Maybe not bad. Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to crush your car. Oh, just some silly person going down a street that's too narrow for the implement that he's using. Oh dear. Yes. This is where I need. Right here. Can I? What do you mean I don't have access? Lies and slander. There we go. Okay, come on. Gimme. Yes, there we go. All right, red beets. And then... Wait, what? That is the only bad thing about this harvester, is that it's really finicky because it basically leaches into other fields, and sometimes it acknowledges that, hey, you're within the field that you're wanting to work on, and then other times it's like, nope. Okay, here we go. Okay, I think... Of course. Spin cycle! Ay. I just want the red beets. I'm getting them. It's so close. It's like one little chop at a time. There we go. And then a little bit in the corner over here. Ow! There's a wall right there. And there we go. We got it. Let's make sure. Verify the map. Yes. Yes, we did. All right, perfect. So you know what? We're just going to leave that here, because why not? All right. Jody says, I don't go through life fearing about things. I just take it one day at a time. You know what? That's a great way to look at it. That's a great way to look at it, really. I mean, one of those that, like I said, to each their own. So some people are going to, be more worried about things than others. And nothing wrong with that, just like there's nothing wrong with what you said. So, like I said, I'm paying more attention to it just because it's something that my wife, she worries about it far more than I do, but it's one of those that I don't want to cause undue stress onto her because she's worrying about it for me. So it's a small change. It's not a huge deal for me. And it's not like I'm sitting here saying, well, I'm never going to have an energy drink ever again. and anybody who does is just bad and blah blah. No, nothing like that. It's nothing like that whatsoever. Just one of those that I'm gonna be try and be a good boy. I'm gonna try to be a good boy. So one of those that after 11 years of marriage and whatnot, that my wife has kind of grown a bit attached to me. So she's kind of wanting me to be around for the long haul. So she wants me to be healthy. She wants me to be fit and all that stuff. And it's not something that's ever been really high priority for me, but it's something that's important for her. So it's because it's important for her, it's important for me. So that's kind of how it just boils down. Let's see. Jody says, I know I haven't seen you telling people that. Play on a KA-77 map. Try it out. Not sure what you mean there, bud. Can you elaborate what you mean on that one? Will says, just played a game of Cards Against Humanity. Oh my goodness, Cards Against Humanity is hilarious. It's really... Here's the thing is, it can be very fun. Cards Against Humanity can be very fun, but it really depends very heavily on the individuals who are playing it. So if you get people who are kind of stuck up and kind of stodgy, then it's gonna be one of those kind of a boring game, because it's not gonna be like the fun in Cards Against Humanity is kind of pushing the boundaries and taking those things that are taboo, that are not extremely good subjects to broach, and just says kind of F it, and just boots the door down of caring, and just all bets are off. And then when you really get some people in there with some like really kind of good sense of humor kind of thing, then it's just one of those that really gets fun very, very quickly. I think, I'm not sure where this is going exactly. So this is transport. I think this is the transport company right here, if I'm not mistaken. I think this is it. Am I wrong? Red beets. Where are you, red beets? Of course, you're all the way at the bottom. Transport company, tag place. Wait, what? What? There isn't anything over there. I think this is it. Zoop. Alright, yeah, there we go. So let's get rid of that. Complete that. Alright, perfect. So now I have nothing left for this harvester, so let's return all this equipment. Bam, bam, bam. And let's also get rid of the halo. There we go. Alright, so I got the sign from the missus that she needs a hand putting the baby down, so I'm going to go ahead and pause the stream real quick. I will be right back very, very shortly. So hang in there, and I will be right back. And I am back. So sorry about that. Let's see. So, let's catch up with the chat here, and then we are going to get into our after break activities here. So we've got Bradford with the Hear, See, and Speak No Evil. We got Will with the I'm doing some work on my fields. Will, you're doing a lot of work on your fields. Let's face it. You've got field work for days. So, let's see. Will says it's almost Friday, more fact sheets. Yes! Here's hoping that we get not just some fact sheets, but some more information about the game as well. So that'll be very nice. You got Will also says, Bree and I had Chinese food for dinner. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. What kind of Chinese food did you have? Did you do any, I don't know, like General Tso? Did you do, I don't know. What kind of Chinese did you have? Let's see. Bradford says 100%. Let's see. Jody says, that's why I'm glad I got a friend like you. I 100% agree there, bud. I'm very glad that you're a friend of me, the channel. Just glad that everybody is here tonight. Is just an amazing feeling to have so many people be able to come out, hang out, and have a great time. Appreciate every single one of you. Will says some good mods today. Yes, there was some good mods. A couple of them really surprised me. Like the heap mod, I really like that one. The silo heaps, $500 for 150,000 liters of storage capacity. That's awesome. I wish though that you could kind of interchange, have a single heap, but it would have one product at a time. That would be, I think, a better solution than having like 6 or 7 different heaps, and each heap was its own designated fill type. But it is what it is. Jody says, how are you, Will? And Will says, I'm doing good, Jody. How are you? Had a funeral today, and I post anything and everything FS related to my Facebook. General Tso chicken, fried pork rice, egg rolls, and dumplings. Yum! Absolutely yum. All those things are amazing. Love it, bud. Absolutely love it. So, let's go ahead and get into the, you know what? We're going to go with the screenshots first. Let's go with the screenshots. So we got some screenshots here from Will T Gaming. Will, thank you so very much for sending these in. Looks like we got the Deutzfahr there with the fertilizer lime spreader. Got the Klaus Kargas doing some traveling right there. Looking real good. Let's see, we got... Oh, what is that? That's some kind of grain carrier, it looks like. Very nice. Ooh! Rudolph is coming around the farm a little early. Oh, look at that case. Bless America right there. Mm-hmm. Oh, getting some plowing done. Very nice. Oh, some mowing. Ooh, look at those. Very nice. Oh, the big John Deere with tracks. Very nice. I tell you what, man. Your farm... Is this your... Oh, what do we got here? Jonah with the $1 donation. Thank you, Jonah, so very, very much. Greatly appreciate that. Let's see. So we've got... Oh, yeah. The whole... So, oh, that's what I was saying. Your maps, your builds, always look so good there, Will. So very good. Like... And the screenshots, just the screenshots that you take are really, really good stuff. So doing some more plowing right there. Looks good. The 9, I think that's the 9RX. Got that case. That case, love it. Absolutely love it. I tell you, that trailer right there, that header trailer is probably by far my favorite header trailer that I've yet to use. I haven't had a good opportunity to use it, so I love it. Just love it. One of these days, I'm going to get it. One of these days, I'm going to get it and utilize it. I really can't use it on Pelinier. I could use it here on Carpathian, but I don't have a harvester yet to really do anything with it, so it really didn't make sense to get yet. Let's see. So looking really good so far. You got look at that. Let's see. Get some more harvesting done. Looking good. Oh, got the fleet. Got the fleet going. Love it. More plowing. Oh, got the big fent right there. Oh, very cool. Looks good, bud. Looks real good. And looks like we're back at the beginning. So, Will T Gaming, thank you so much for sending these in. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Let's go ahead and cut that out there. And then, let's go ahead and give a shout out to all of our Tier 2 and Tier 3 channel members. Starting with our Tier 3s, I want to thank Rail Fanning Jonah. Again, Jonah, thank you so much for that $1 super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Will T Gaming, Piping Paul, Ken Adlam, and Philippa Thompson. Thank all of you so much for being Tier 3 channel members. And I want to give a big shout out for the Tier 2 channel members, starting with Mark K, Luke Bernie King, Bradford Hambaugh, JC Farms, Kirk Winbank, John Barlow, Big Papa Sims, James Collins, Smoking Coin, Tad, I believe that's pronounced Wernberg. I apologize if I butchered your name. Jason M, the Tubster 92, Maxon, and Joel G. Thank all of you so very, very much for being Tier 2 channel members. And if you are interested in helping out the channel and becoming a member, go ahead and check out the link in the description below, or on the main channel page there is a join button, as well as it should be a join button down below. There you can get access to things such as custom badges, custom emojis. You also get early access to edited content such as the Let's Play series and the channel shorts. And thank you, Jonah, so very much for throwing those out there. I appreciate it. Those are some of the custom emojis, and there are some waiting in the wings. So I had made a mistake the last time that I had purchased more emojis and got more than what I was actually allowed to post. So if we get a few more members, we can get some new emojis pretty quickly. But it's gonna take a few. I don't remember off the top of my head how many. It's still short, so one of those that it'll happen. It'll happen one of these days. But yeah, so looking really, really good. So again, thank you all so very, very much. Also want to give a big shout out to all the subscribers on the channel here. Last check, I think we're at 2043 before the start of the stream, and just things are going so strong. Been having an amazing run of luck here for the channel, putting in all the hard work and the effort that it takes to get us to this point. So again, thank all of you so very, very much. Just couldn't be happier with how this channel is going, how we're progressing and growing. Thank you all again so much. Let's see. Also want to give a big shout out to the P.O. Box. If you want to send anything to the channel, go ahead and send it to P.O. Box 6136, Hudson, Florida 34674. There I can receive your packages. If you do send something to the channel, please, please, please make sure you include your YouTube handle. That's all I ask, because I would hate for somebody to send me something and then not be able to know who sent it and not give them the recognition and the thanks that they so rightly deserve. So again, thank you all so very much for listening to me at this point in time, listening to all the kind of back-end stuff that has to happen for this channel. So let's go ahead and bring us back into the stream here. There we go. And we are whittling away at this field here, just doing what we have to do, because now we're kind of contending with all these telephone poles and all this stuff. I know we can turn these things off if we go to the one, I think it's called the City Hall there at inside town, but just one of those that really no point to do it. It just, I don't know. I don't want to say it's cheaty. It is cheaty, but it's just one of those that just don't need to. Just take a little extra time and we'll get there. We'll get there. Says the guy who just harvested 3 root crops and, you know, three separate root crops in 3 separate fields in all of the matter of 2 hours in game at 100-meter working width. Oh, that's just kind of cheaty. Oh my goodness. Anyways, let's catch up with the chat. So we've got Will says, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, hit the bell for notifications, and hit the like button and share the video. Yes, thank you, Will, so very much. All those things helps the channel out so very, very much. And a lot of people don't understand, just by clicking that like button, just how much that severely helps the growth of the channel, the potential growth of the channel. So what that does is that it triggers the algorithms to put the channel out in front of new people. So again, being a, what is going on here? Why am I not? Oh, it's because, oh my goodness, sorry. I'm sitting here trying to turn and I'm clicking the left stick, right stick, doing all that stuff, and then realizing, oh, hey, I'm not turning. It's because I hired a worker. It's gonna be one of those evenings. That's all right. It's all right. Just kind of blah. Just kind of blah. We'll get there, y'all. I promise. I promise. All right. So we've got we got Jonah with all the custom emojis. Thank you, Jonah, so very much. Don't hit the poll. You just said how it's not a big deal for it to be there. Let's see. Let's plop that down right there. Let's get rid of that. All right. Will says, always looking for some help on the farm, LOL. Oh, dude, I can only imagine. The amount of work that you're going to have to do, that you do on your farm, is absolutely nuts, and I can only imagine just getting just one set of hands would be so beneficial, but then getting multiple sets of hands, if you can get it, is going to be totally worth it. So yeah, don't blame you there. Will says, starting on FS25, we'll be doing mod reviews. Woo! Very nice, bud. That's awesome. Congratulations. Let's see. I'll leave the map tours and updates to BDD. LOL. Oh, man. I tell you what, I would love to be able to do mod reviews and stuff like that. I just don't have the time. There's just no way that I could dedicate the amount of time to do all that kind of work. And here's the thing is, if I were to do mod reviews, it would have to be like in the same style as Looney Farm Guide, because I love the fact, like, don't get me wrong, I love how Mr. CLP goes through the mods in one kind of big batch kind of thing. But it makes looking for things so incredibly hard, and it makes it so difficult to find that one thing that you're looking for. But the Looney Farm Guy, in the way that he does his mod reviews, one mod per video kind of thing, it's time consuming. It fills up, I'm sure it's very tough on him to be able to do that many videos in that amount of time and all that stuff. But it makes it so much better for us as consumers of the content, because then what we can do is we can say, oh, hey, this mod looks interesting from the mod hub. Let me search out this specific mod so that I can determine whether it's something that I indeed want to download or not. You know, and especially for somebody like me, where I'm at 85% of my storage capacity on my console. So it's one of those, space is precious. So I'm not gonna install a random mod just willy-nilly. So it's one of those, it's really gotta be worth it. It's gotta be worth that space. Space is at a premium for us console players. Let's see. Bradford says, merch, question mark. Bradford, thank you so much, because I did forget about the merch. I need to do better about how I organize everything. So let's show off some channel merch. We've got Will T Gaming popping up right there in front of us with some of the merch. Thank you, Will, so very much. We got the Jasper and how he makes us feel. Gonna be a good day. And Jasper is at it again. We've got all sorts of different stuff here on the channel. We've got coffee mugs, we've got shirts, we've got sweaters, we've got, we got necklaces, we've got leggings. There's Rail Fanning Jonah right there with the Gonna Be a Good Day, and he's got the one and only Gonna Be a Good Day without the channel branding. I was just remarking to him the other day on how he is the only one that got that, because I ended up posting it without channel branding and then realized it shortly after And then there we go. And there's Pippa Thompson right there. Philippa, thank you so much for your purchase. Thank you, Jody, right there. Thank you so very, very much. All of them look so good on everybody. Thank you all so very, very much. And everyone up until this point has said how good the merch is, how much they really enjoy it. Again, we got Rail Fanning Jonah right there with a beautiful day on the boat where it's going to be a good day. And from what he says, these are his words, not mine. He says that the merch, it staved off rain. It controls the weather, according to Rail Fanning Jonah. So again, that's his words, not mine. So if you're looking for some good weather, consider a shirt, consider a hat, consider a coffee mug, consider whatever. Just you know, if it doesn't work, blame Jonah. One of those blame Jonah. Did we possibly? No, we didn't. Fine. Oh, that's because we left a little sliver that we didn't get. Of course, that's how it worked. Let's see. You know what? We could probably just go on. That little sliver ain't gonna count for much. Let's see. So we've got Will says, Jonah said, shut up and take my money, LOL. Hey, I appreciate it, Jonah. I appreciate it very much. Will says, no one wants to join me, though. I tell you what, man, it's one of those, it's really hard right now. Like, just from a kind of pragmatic perspective, our downloads are so radically different, and I don't have enough, like, I'm just telling you from my perspective and why I wasn't able to join you. But the types of downloads that we have, because I'm on console here, it's so different. I would have to radically shift and pay attention to what it is that I had previously, and then re-download it after we were done in order to be able to do my Let's Plays and all that stuff. So it's one of those that, unfortunately, I don't think Giants really thought through just how the whole mod situation was going to work when it came to the multiplayer play. Having the mods be kind of central to the individual user, as opposed to having them on the servers or anything like that. Now I know you can do that kind of thing for servers. What is it called? Oh my goodness, I can't remember their name off the top of my head, but it's specifically the servers for multiplayer that you can kind of rent out. Why can't I remember them? Anyways, G-Portal, that's it. That's the one I was thinking of. But the way I understand is you can actually install the mods on the G-Portal server rather than it taking up space on the consoles themselves or on all that. So it makes a fairly big difference, because then it's kind of universally shared at that point. Now, I could misunderstand as to how exactly that works. But that's my understanding, at least, is that it's supposed to be more centralized to the server and not to the individuals. So it's easier to be able to account for things like that. But I wish that was more kind of server-based, rather than it being on the individual players syncing up and having the same exact mods, because of that exact reason. Is as time goes on, it's easier to... and I just left the merch roll going. Don't mind me. I'm just really hammering home the merch, y'all. Oh my goodness. What was I saying? So it's one of those where, as time goes on and the game gets later and later and later into the lifespan of the series, it just becomes harder and harder for individuals to sync up and to be able to kind of do those kind of multiplayer games. And I'm sure there's limitations. I'm sure there's things that, can be done, can't be done, kind of thing. But that's one shortcoming that I feel like the multiplayer has, is that unless you're playing with somebody constantly, consistently, and they are growing with you, kind of thing, and you're downloading the same mods constantly, you're always in sync with each other, kind of thing, it just becomes insanely difficult, and it's easy to peel off and kind of bifurcate and split off into different directions, and then running out of space because one person has one mod, the other person doesn't, then you got to add to it and do it, all that stuff. It just gets it gets difficult after a while. Where's field 10? Field 10. 10. Oh, that one. Okay. Well, we might as well make some hay. Why not? Bam. Let's go ahead and pull this in. Let's go ahead and park this. Something like this here. All right, so let's get the mower. Wait a minute, do I not have a tedder? Huh. For some reason I thought I had a tedder, but I guess I don't. Oh, did I? Oh, wow, I missed that hardcore. Whew. Let's try that again, shall we? There we go. So now, well, here, before we take off for that, let's go ahead and catch up with the chat, because we got several chats out there. Will says, I'll be doing it live, not in videos. Ooh, very nice. Then Will says, I think that's heading to bed. Have to be up early in the morning. I just wanted to stop in and say hi. Will, appreciate you stopping by tonight. Hope you have a fantastic night, and we'll see you again next time, buddy. You take care. Jonah says, it is true. It held off the weather. Hey, again, Jonah's words, not mine. So the claim is that the clothing is weather controlling. So I'm, yeah, that's nice. That's awesome. Love it. Absolutely love it. Jonah says, I can help you, Will. Oh, that's awesome there, Jonah. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, we'll be excited for that. Oh, as a matter of fact, the next line is, thanks, Jonah. I'll be online tomorrow. I have all the DLCs and lots of mods, LOL. Yes, he does. Absolutely does. Like I said, I tried at one point to be able to hop on with him, but I would have had to have pretty much deleted my whole lineup of mods in order to do it. So hopefully that you all have a bit more crossover. Let's see. Let's get over to the field there. We'll start mowing, and then we'll catch up with the chat. Oh, and there goes Jasper on the train. Jasper and Klaus. Let's not have any negative interactions with them, because like I said, been kind of a bad day, but it's good, turning into a good day. That's the great thing about doing these live streams and hanging out with everyone, is that it can very quickly and easily go from a blah day to a good day, just hanging out, relaxing, and just letting the tension just kind of unwind at that point. It's nice. It's really nice. Ooh, had to take a drink there. Let's go ahead. Let's do this. Let's go ahead. We'll set a worker off, because I think there's enough space on both ends. Don't have access. Lies. Lies. All lies. Okay. Now that we've got that, let's see. Will says, thanks, Jonah. I'll be on. Okay, I read that. Will says, I can't sleep. LOL. I feel like FS25 will do a multiplayer game. Now here's the thing. 100% will. 100% will be doing multiplayer, because, like I said, we won't have to worry about all the mods, all the DLCs, and all that stuff right off the bat. We'll be able to go off and kind of, join the server, kind of be fresh, do all that kind of stuff, and be good to go. So it's one of those, absolutely, that's 100% going to happen. Jody says, I just got really frustrated. Don't know, something just started bothering me. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That stinks. Hopefully though, we'll be able to get you over the frustration, and we'll have a good time here. Let's see. Will says, I know that feeling because I got rid of all my mods to help someone build a farm. He then deleted the farm because he didn't like it. He was on old gen console. Yeah, so that's it. That's it, man. Is one of those where you go through, you alter everything, and then you have to go back through and remember, you know, oh, I had this mod and I had this one, this, that, and the other, and you're just rebuilding. And I don't know about anybody else. Here recently, it hasn't been as bad, but for the longest time, I've been having such terrible issues with trying to download anything from the mod, anything from the mod hub. It has been an absolute nightmare. Now here lately, knock on wood, knock. It's been okay. It's been good, actually. It's been actually really good. The mod hub is actually downloading, and I've gotten several times to where the amount of space has gotten up to 100%. I haven't been able to do that in months. I haven't been able to actually fully utilize all the hard drive space that is allotted for FS22. So the fact that I've been able to do it now several times here is a huge step in the right direction. So very thrilled about that. So yeah, especially when I'm doing like the map tours and map updates, if I can't fully utilize the hard drive space, I have to delete Pelenier, I have to delete Carpathian Countryside, just to free up enough space to be able to then install what I can, and then basically uninstall that, and heaven forbid I make a mistake, or I don't record something that I was intending to record, or forget to take a screenshot from the map I was on, which I've done this. I'm speaking from experience. I've done this many times where I will record something, I have to delete the map in order to install the next map, kind of thing, and then all of a sudden dawns on me, oh crap, I forgot to take a screenshot. I need to then uninstall the map that I just did the tour on, reinstall the old one. That takes forever and a day, and then take the screenshot and then come back out, delete it, go to the next one, and so on and so on and so on. It has been a nightmare to do these tours, the updates, all these things from a perspective of just trying to get the work done. You know, I've said this many times. I stay up super late sometimes in order to be able to run this channel and to be able to produce the content. Unfortunately, that sometimes shows in the quality of the videos. There's been times where I've noticed upon reviewing some of the footage that I sound groggy, or I sound tired, or something, and hopefully it's just me. I'm just kind of hyper focused on it and noticing it more, and hopefully it's not like truly like really kind of coming through in the final product kind of thing. But there's certainly been times where I've noticed it. So hopefully it's not as noticeable to everybody else. But anyways, where was I on the... Where was I? I think I left off with Will saying, I know that feeling because I got rid of all... Nope, I read that one. Bradford says, no, Tedder, you sold it when you got the silo. That's... And I think you reminded me of that last time we were on too, Bradford. Oh my goodness. You know what? It's so hard sometimes. Like, my memory is not the greatest. I will 100% fully admit that. That's why I take notes. I sit here and write so many things down so I can remember what it is that I've previously gone over. And it's one of those where doing two series like I'm doing now, doing Pelenier and doing this live stream, it's really hard because I can't just like rewatch 3, 4, 5 hours of a live stream to try and get an understanding. Okay, where did I leave this off? Where did we last leave off? So I skim through sometimes the previous live streams in order to be like, okay, kind of directionally, where were we going in the last one, so I know where I'm going in this one. And oftentimes we're doing this, we're doing contracts and whatnot, so it's not a huge issue kind of thing. But where it absolutely gets to be very difficult is the Let's Play series on Pelenier. Just the Let's Plays in general, because you're following along, you're going through kind of a story, a kind of like building kind of on episodics, and you don't want to have to do the same thing over and over and over. That's typically why, we cut it off at about 20, we'll say anywhere from 20 to 30 episodes. It's typically the Let's Play length, because that's basically how long it will take before you're really just kind of rinse, lather, repeat. You're just kind of doing the same thing over and over and over again, and it's no longer fresh kind of thing. And unfortunately, you see those analytics, because I watch my analytics, I pay attention to what's going on, what's happening for the channel, and you see them. You'll see, when a series first releases, it's, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of views over the span of however much time. But then you see that exponentially starts to drop off kind of thing as the series goes on. And some of that might be, oh, well, this is something fresh, something new, let's check it out, see if this is something I can get behind and want to pay attention to. Other times it's, it's like, okay, I saw it, it's not anything I'm really interested in, I'm just going to move on kind of thing. Or it's just one of those that people want to have an entire series played out before they dedicate the time to binge it kind of thing, because I'm certainly one of them. I can't stand waiting for the next episode or waiting for the next thing to come out. The last time I had to do that, actually I'm doing it right now, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it. So as many of you know, I'm big into anime. I'm getting bigger into anime, because again, a lot of people here know my stance on like Hollywood and the entertainment industry and how it's just really kind of gone downhill. But anime is, because it's a different culture, it's a different kind of perspective on things. It's more of that kind of traditional scope on what's the words I'm looking for, of entertainment. They'll use the kind of tropes and ideas that are good, that work, that are things that are going to drive and motivate actual people, not the kind of nonsensical things that are in a lot of quote-unquote entertainment nowadays. So, and you don't have to deal with a lot of the kind of politicization of a lot of things. There's some aspects to things that can be politicized in certain series. Attack on Titan is a good example. Kind of the bifurcation between the rich and the poor kind of thing, that definitely is very heavy-handedly put in there, but there's enough of everything else that it really kind of overshadows that. So it's just one of those kind of, it is what it is, and that's what I've been sticking to. But right now I've been watching a series with my wife, and she's not in anime at all. Like, she was never into it, but I got her into Attack on Titan. She loved Attack on Titan. And we waited months for Attack on Titan to release its final episode. Like, months upon months upon months. And we hated it. We absolutely hated it because nothing was fresh for us. We had to rewatch the entire series over again in order to remember, okay, where did we leave off? What was happening before we could then turn around and watch that last episode. But I tell you what, that last episode, so good. And we're in the same boat again now. I was watching, I got my wife into a series called My Hero Academia. And that one, again, love the series. It is a fantastic series. I highly recommend it to anybody who's interested in like anime and stuff like that. But again, it's one of those, they're in the middle of making it. So we're in the middle of season 7, and we're just waiting for the next portion of the season to come out. And it drives me nuts. It drives me absolutely nuts. And then it's not even so much that you have to not only wait for the episode to come out, but then you have to wait 2, 3, 4 weeks before it gets dubbed into English. Because unfortunately, I'm not the greatest of readers. I'm not somebody who likes to read when I don't have to. It's just not something that I've ever really been big into. I read plenty, don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to go out and it's like, okay, let me grab XYZ book and just start going ham on, reading hundreds and thousands of pages. It's just never been my style. But I will read. I absolutely read. I read every day, and I'll sit there and ingest a lot of information. My reading comes from like articles and news and stuff like that. That's the majority of what I do when it comes to reading. But like reading books and reading, like I'll occasionally read like philosophy and stuff like that. That stuff kind of interests me. But reading like a novel or something like that, that's not something I've ever really been into. But anyways, kind of digress there. But long story short, just something that just drives me nuts. And I can see, lots of people just like, oh, well, this series isn't complete yet. Let me wait until the series is complete, and then I can continue watching the entire series, kind of thing. And I've gotten several comments like that, where people are like, oh man, I'm enjoying where this started, but I just realized that you're still in the middle of making it, so I'm gonna wait so I can binge it and this, that, and the other. And it's like, hey, I understand. No worries there. I'm gonna get it done as soon as I possibly can. So let's go ahead and pack this away. Catch up with the chat there. I see Farmer Groot just joined the chat. How you doing, Groot? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. How is your playthrough on Spruce Mountain? Spruce Mountain, how's that going through? Hope you're having an absolute blast on it. I remember you reached out to me the other day and you were telling me about it. I tell you what, I really do like that map. That is a very, very solid map. Same thing with the Forgotten Isles. Again, same map maker. I actually like the Forgotten Isles a little bit better than Spruce Mountain, just because of the kind of whole topography and landscape of it. But they're both solid maps. They're both really, really good. So let me park this, and then... Oh, but what am I going to do about... What am I going to do about tedding? Oh, it just dawned on me. I don't have a tedder. But wait, can this... that just makes TMR, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Don't it? Does it? Do it? Don't it? Yeah, it just makes TMR. So why did I do that? Why did I give up a tedder for... Let's turn that off. Why did I do such things? That seems silly. What was I thinking? I don't know. I'm so confused. I'm so lost. I don't remember why I would have gotten rid of a tedder that I still clearly need. Anyways, let's read the chat. So, we got... Jonas says, Jasper said he's going back to your farm. You know what? He says a lot of things. But what you'll find is that he's mischievous. And because he's mischievous, it often means that he lies. And because he often lies, he lulls you into that false sense of security, and then all of a sudden, bam! He hits you. So, just be warned. I'm trying to reach out. I'm trying to extend the olive branch and let you know there's plenty of room on this side of the aisle. There's plenty of room on Team BDD. And whenever you feel like you want to come over, feel free to join us. Because, like I said, he might not hurt you today. He might not hurt you tomorrow or the next day. But he will hurt you one day. And it stings. It stings every single time. And I am really low on fuel that I'm just now noticing. So let's go fill up. Let's go fill up the fuel. And we're going to go get us a tedder. Because for some silly reason that I still don't know why, Yeah, I still don't know why, but apparently I decided that tethers weren't necessary in, creating hay. Will says, Jonah, I will take any help. Jody says, that'll be fun to do, multiplayer, absolutely. Will then says, the worst part is that he asked me to rebuild him a farm. LOL. Are you serious? Did you tell him where to go? He asked you to build him a farm. You acquiesce and say, yeah, absolutely, I can build you a farm. And you reroute your entire structure in order to be able, your mod structure in order to help. And then he has the unmitigated gall to be like, oh, hey, I don't like it, delete. Wasting all that time. And then has the unmitigated gall to ask you for a do-over for something else. Like, that takes some big honkin' guts. We'll go with guts. To do something like that. Like, that literally blows my mind. Wow. Just wow. Alright. Let's get up to the shop. We'll get us a tether. We'll set the worker off. Ooh, I can't believe that. That is nuts. That they actually asked you for a different one. Oh, I don't like it. Delete. At bare minimum, he could have been like, hey, I'm not happy with this X, Y, and Z. Can you redo this? Or can you do this? Can you? And here's the thing is, I'm sure that you would have. I'm sure you would have been more than happy. Like, oh, yeah, no problem. Let's see. Tether. 17. Yeah, let's go with the big one. We'll go with the big boy. Boop, boop, boop. Even though I'm not a huge fan of this tether in particular because it misses a lot. But it's one of those that it is what it is. It's going to get the most done in the least amount of passes. So, let's do that. Okay. I don't get it. I don't understand why I would have deleted this. Just because we have a TMR mixer. What was I thinking? Yeah. Anyways. Jonah says, what's a good time tomorrow, Will? Will says 1 p.m. Eastern. And do you have the Alma, Missouri installed? Jonah says yes. Will says, did you update it? And Jonah says yes. Will then says, I didn't on my Xbox. That won't work then. Darn. Oh, that stinks, Will. Sorry to hear that. Bradford says, live streams, we are your memory. Pelinier and Human Fall Flat are you're on your own. You know what? I appreciate that, Bradford. I appreciate you being willing to be my memory for the live streams. Really, I do. Let's see. Let's scroll that back up. And there's Groot saying hello all. We got Jonah saying, by the way, I totally didn't put that train there on Human Fall Flat. You might not have personally put that train on Human Fall Flat. Maybe. I'm willing to believe you. That's not to say that you didn't conspire with Jasper. Just saying. Because don't think that Jasper is limited to Farming Simulator. No. Jasper and his mischievousness knows no bounds. None whatsoever. He will follow you to the depths of heck in order to make sure that he messes with you. If you are in Dante's Inferno fighting through the 7 levels of hell, he will find a way to make sure to rattle your chains every step of the way. That's just Jasper. That is just his MO. That's how he works. And like I said, I keep trying to warn you. Jonah. Like, hey, he's not a good person. He's not a good entity. But that's okay. Like I said, plenty of room on this side. Plenty of room. Whenever you're ready, feel free to join us. Anyways, we've got... Where was I? Will says, Groot! And then Groot says, good, and added some more pens and a shed. I'll message you. Awesome, bud. Yeah, absolutely. Message me. If you want to, also send some screenshots. Send some screenshots, and I can absolutely post them here if you want me to. Let's see. We got Will then says, if anybody wants me to build a farm for you, I will. And Will then says, I left him on red. LOL. Luke, how's it going? Says, hi there, BDD. How you doing, Luke? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far with the celebration emojis. Absolutely love it. Let's see. We've got Will that says, have some great pointers on my new build on PS5. Would you agree? Oh, yes. Absolutely, Will. Those, the build that you got going on so far, like, it's one of those, it's obvious that you're learning from the mistakes that you made in the past, that you are making it to where you're able to kind of grow from what it was that you built previously. And that's just going to make for a more perfect farm in the long run. So, yeah, absolutely. It's looking fantastic. Now, let's get this. See, it misses these big honking piles. This tedder drives me absolutely nuts. Drives me insane. Anyways, Jonas says, that's not the big boy, LOL. We got Luke says, that looks like that I'm doing tonight. That looks like that I'm doing tonight. Okay. Jonas says, well, I have 2 separate saves on Alma. Oh, really? And then Bradford says, think you were going to get a better tedder. You just have not gotten around to it. The new one, most likely you did not have any contracts at the time. You know what? That sounds familiar. That actually sounds familiar. So I think you're pretty close to the truth there, Bradford. Thank you. Jonah says, at least I think I do. And then Groot says, hey, Will. And yeah, I messaged you some pics, still in the beginning stages, but I'm trying to be good at building. That's awesome, bud. Yeah, I'll definitely check them out. And like I said, if you want, I can absolutely show them here on the stream. Oops, sorry for a repeat. LOL. No worries, bud. No worries at all. And then Will says, did you need help building your farm, Groot? And there we go. Looks like we're all caught up with the chat. Looking good. Absolutely. There we go. Let's see. Then Will says, I can give you some pointers, Groot. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, for anybody who's not seen Will's farm or has been on his streams or anything like that, check them out. Check out his streams because he does some really good work, some really good stuff with his builds. And you can tell it's what it boils down to is patience. Being patient and making sure that every button push, every joystick twitch, every movement is purposeful and isn't rushed. Give yourself plenty of time. That's the best advice that I could give to anybody who's wanting to get better about building farms or building anything. Take your time. If you don't have time to dedicate to doing it slow and doing it proper and correct, then don't do it. Just don't do it, because that's going to be the biggest killer of any project, whether it's here on Farming Simulator or in real life. That's going to be the biggest killer, is just rushing through something. And then, unless you're really, really, really good and really knowledgeable with what it is that you're working on and what you're doing, most likely you're going to be left with a hack job at the end of it. And it's going to be something that you're going to be disappointed with, that you're not going to be happy with its final results, and then it's not going to be as meaningful. But you sit there and you take the time and you're able to kind of really get down to that nitty-gritty kind of stuff, you're then able to look back and be like, wow, I did this. I made this. That's honestly, that's one of my biggest shortcomings when it comes to my farm builds and stuff, is that I want to just rush through it, get done with it, and get it looking like the way that I have it envisioned in my head. And I have to sit there and constantly tell myself, no, 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 you need to slow down, you need to give yourself time, you need to be purposeful, you know, and know that you're not gonna rush to the finish that you want. So I'm mainly talking from my perspective and how I approach things, but I'm certain that there's a lot of people out there who wish they were better at building, wish they were better at whatever. That's the best advice I can give, is slow down, be methodical, take your time. And you'll be surprised at how well the project turns out by slowing down. And then what happens is that you do it more and more often, whatever it is, building a farm, whatever, you do that more and more often, you eventually start learning all those little tips and tricks and all that stuff, and it naturally starts feeding into getting faster, getting better and more confident in the things that you're doing. So again, just a little friendly, bit of advice. So let's get this set of equipment over there, back in its new home. Let's see. We are pretty well running out of room over here. We might need to put a new... oh, hey, there's a pole right there. It might be a good idea to take one of these, because these are essentially the one sheds. What are these sheds called? I forget what they're called. Does it have the writing on it? Yeah, it does. It's these things. The easy sheds. But I should be able to put one right next to it and just come build it down. Alright. Let's grab the windrower, the baler. Oops. That's something else I need to buy too. Or no, wait. I've got a bale trailer. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I'm losing my mind. Alright, let's go here. So, no, I feel like that, the maid in Family Guy. No clean, no. Alright, so I have a question for everyone here. So as Jonah pointed out earlier, I've started posting different types of content to the channel, things other than Farming Simulator. It started with Human Fall Flat, mainly because it was free. It was free, and it was something that I could, hop on and just kind of play around and just enjoy, kind of thing. But for those who have seen the Let's Play of that, what does everyone think of it so far? What are people's general vibes? Whoa, there's a thing there! Well, that's a thing. I thought for some reason that was much higher than what I had clearance for. So I learned a thing. And that thing is, don't just go randomly driving through carports when you don't know the height of your equipment. Anyways, for those who have seen that series, the couple of episodes that I put out so far, what does everyone think? Let me know in the comments, because I'm genuinely curious. Is it something that you're enjoying? Is it something that you really don't care about because it's not a game that you're really interested in? Is it, like I said, just let me know. What are your general thoughts about that Let's Plays? And just continue on with Let's Plays. I've got several in the pipe at the moment. I'm going to get through the rest of that game before moving on to anything else. And it's just something at the moment to kind of bridge the gap between now and when FS25 comes out. There's lots of these days where the day kind of finishes out because there's no mods, there's no like map tours, things like that, and there's not enough time to be able to record an entire episode in the day, but there's enough time to be able to take an hour and zip through a continuous Let's Play like I've been doing with that. Like I said, there's other games that I now have access to that I'm going to be putting on to the channel as kind of a, their own kind of thing. But like I said, I'm just curious. I'm curious what people think of it. So let's bring this back, drop this down. So before we get going, let's go ahead and catch up. Oh, here we go. Luke says, I mean, that looks like what I am doing right now. Gotcha, Luke, gotcha. Groot says, my ears are always open, Will. I appreciate that. And then Will says, you can get a hold of me on Facebook. Jonah then says, I saw a 218 car train the other day pulled by 4 locomotives. Oh, man. That is a big train right there. Holy smokes. What do you mean I don't have access? You're allowing me to pick it up. Ay, ay, ay. Anyways. Let's get this. Let's see. Willen says, I'm not that knowledgeable. I just have a little patience. I mean, and kind of feeds into what I was saying, but at the same time, I mean, it's not so much a knowledge thing when it comes to the farm builds. It's it's patience. It's having the patience necessary to be able to, make every move purposeful. But then it's just it's having that eye that I keep talking about. It's that kind of artistic eye that somebody like me was never born with. I don't have it. So when I do something, it's very kind of, I feel that it's very clunky and kind of ham-fisted. But it's one of those that if I take my time and really kind of suss out how it is I want certain things to look and kind of have that kind of general appeal kind of thing. Like my farm build on Alma, using the American Red Barn Pack, I liked it. I really liked how it turned out, how everything was laid out, how everything flowed together and all that stuff. So I thought I did, better than what I would normally do with that particular build. And I was pleased with it. It was fine. But again, it took me a long time to build that farm up to get it to where it was, both from a resource aspect, but from a just kind of a general building aspect as well. So yeah, it's one of those, be patient when you're doing anything, and I'm missing big chunks here. So we're going to have to go back over and grab those. But yeah, just be patient. Just be patient. Let's see. Groot says, are you Wilty Gaming on Facebook? And then Will says, it took a lot of time for me to get somewhat good at building. LOL. And that's it. It takes time, it takes patience, and it just takes that eye. It just takes that eye. But I mean, plain and simple is, but here's the other kind of flip to that is the eye is necessary for the appeal to others, in my opinion. We can all kind of have our own kind of sense of style and sense of how we want things to kind of look and whatnot, and we can be satisfied with the things that we do for our own local kind of build kind of thing. It's just one of those, when I say that you have the eye, it's that eye of appeal that others can also appreciate. That's what I mean by it. Let's get this kind of swept up here. Let's see, can I wonder... So I left a little chunk right off to the side here. See if I can pick it up with the baler. Let's see. Where was I? Will says, yes, Groot. Groot says, and that's what I need to do. Slow down on my build. That's it. That's what many of us need to do when we get frustrated and whatnot. Is just slow down. Take a breath and realize, hey, this isn't going to just get slapped up overnight. We've got to make sure that we're making all of our moves deliberately. Groot says, okay, I'll message you. And then Will says, sound good. Jonah says, I love it. Keep doing it. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Jumped around. There it is. Will says, you should do a Halo series Let's Play. I mean, honestly, that might be on the docket. That genuinely might. One of those where... But again, it's also those kind of games that to find that are appropriate for the channel. So, what I mean by appropriate is we've built a very family-friendly channel. It's one of those that I don't come on here and curse and do all that stuff, to where I feel like almost anybody could, if they wanted to, come on and enjoy the content. So finding those games that are going to have kind of the openness to all kind of thing is going to be the trick. Now, it is one of those things I'm kicking around the idea of doing something like a Halo or something like that. I probably would, for this channel, I probably wouldn't do anything like a Grand Theft Auto. Something that is very, very adult-oriented kind of thing. You know, I shouldn't say that I wouldn't. Just right now. Right now, I probably wouldn't, but maybe in time, maybe with how, you know, the channel grows, who knows? We'll see. But one of those where right now it's just basically those games that you get with the Game Pass is ones that I'm doing at the moment. One, because I just got the Game Pass, so I'm going to be kind of taking advantage of that. But at the same time, it's one of those where there's several games on that I do want to play. And one of them in particular that I've been kind of had my eye on for a little while, but I haven't had an opportunity to play it, is one called Grounded. I'm very interested in giving that a try because of the kind of building mechanic that it has involved in it, as well as the kind of the whole storyline behind it. Just kind of gives me those Honey, I Shrunk the Kids vibes. So just want to I want to check it out. I want to see how it is, and I love those kind of open world builder kind of games. There was a game a while back that I played. I can't remember it off the top of my head. What was it called? Basically, it starts out, the story is that you are a passenger on an air flight, and you're flying over the ocean, and then all of a sudden something happens. You're in a storm, I think, and then all of a sudden you get ripped out of the plane, get thrown it into the ocean kind of thing after you crash and all that stuff. And you survive, and you then have to survive on islands. And then you have to gather resources, build up, your kind of huts and all that stuff. You got to stay out of the direct sun because you can get sunburnt and sun poisoning and all that stuff. So there's like all these different elements that are built into it. And as you're gathering resources, you're going to new islands to explore. And as you explore the ocean, you can be attacked by sharks. You can be attacked by lionfish and get poisoned and all this stuff, which I've got a friend of mine who was stung by a lionfish, and those apparently it was not fun. I guess he ended up getting stung in the hand because he used to have a saltwater tank, and he got stung in the hand, and his hand ended up swelling like really, really bad. They had to like drain it and get the barb and all that stuff. It wasn't nice. wasn't a good story for him to tell. And the worst part about it for him is he's extremely squeamish when it comes to things like blood and all that stuff. So it was not a good day for him whatsoever. It was a very bad day for him. See, that goes onto the spectrum of a bad day. When your hand is 4 times larger than what it should be, when you're having to get, anti-venom pumped into you, and you're having to get your hand drained, and you're already squeamish about those kind of things in the first place, I can acquiesce and say that, yeah, you're having a bad day. So, kind of bringing it full circle to what we were talking about earlier in the stream here. All right, so where was I on the chat? Will says, what did everyone think about the new farm build and my current build? It's looking great, bud. It's looking real good. You got, like I said, you got the eye, and it's very much noticeable. Will then says, according to BDD, there you go. I just need to keep reading. Had the eye for building maps. LOL. 100%, dude. Like I said, I am so excited for when FS25 comes out and that you get the time to dedicate to making the map for FS25. I'm so excited. I can't wait for that day to come when we get a map by Will T Gaming of upstate New York. I'm really, really looking forward to that because, one, because we've become so close here for our friendship and all that. But I'm also looking forward to it because I know what it is that you can do with the limited resources, the limited controls that you have access to for controller work. So having a more finite and precise control over what it is that you can do with the builders and all that stuff when it comes to working on a computer and all that is going to be infinitely better. It's going to be infinitely nicer than what it is that you're able to do on console. So yeah, looking forward to that. Looking forward to that severely. Let's see. Groot says your builds are 100% awesome. Wilden says I tried to give a lot of pointers on my new live build, and then you should do FS19. LOL. It's one of those that I think I'd have a very hard time going back to FS19. I really think I'd have a really hard time doing that because of, like I mentioned it before, I have a really hard time going backwards in games. Not so much like, I don't have a problem with playing older games, but when it's an iterative game, like using Farming Simulator 22, when 25 comes out, pretty much 22 to me is going to be gone. It's just one of those that I have a really hard time playing the previous iterations of game. And don't get me wrong, I think there's beautiful maps on FS19. I think there's awesome gameplay to be had on FS19. And I miss a lot of the things that were on FS19 that we don't have here. Lone Oak, Spectacle Island, Washoe, Nevada. I loved Washoe, Nevada. Having that map was absolutely hilarious. And I cannot tell you the amount of terror that I went through the very first night I was playing that, like playing it at in-game night. And then all of a sudden an alien spacecraft comes flying right across the sky over my farm, lights up everything around me. I'm like, oh my goodness, what's going on? I'm freaking out, panicking, because I thought, like, oh, did I break something? Why is it so bright on my screen all of a sudden? Because all I see is lights. I didn't see it come shooting across the sky. I'm just, sitting there farming, and then all of a sudden this big blinding flash of light comes onto the screen. I'm like, what is going on? What is that? What? And I'm just like losing it. It's like, what's going on? And then all of a sudden I pan over and I see the flying saucer, the 3 lights just kind of swirling about in the sky. I'm like, no. And then then it dawned on me, and it made so much more sense. It's like, there are crop circles in one of the farms. I think it was field number 1 up in the northwest, I believe, of the map. There were crop circles that are like ingrained into the field itself. So it was just like, that just made the map make so much more sense. Because at first I was like, that's kind of, it's kind of funny, but it's kind of like a funny ha ha kind of thing, not really like a big belly laugh kind of thing. But then all of a sudden, when I saw that there was actually aliens come shooting across the sky in the middle of the night, I was like, holy smokes! I was like, oh, this is awesome! This is amazing! I was freaking out with just how excited I was. So it's one of those that I have very fond memories of FS19, but I just have a hard time of always kind of backtracking and stepping back in time when it comes to games, when it comes to gameplay. So, like I said, when 25 comes out, more than likely to me, 19's done. It's just done. It's nothing for me to really kind of look back on other than just the fondness of the memories I built on 19. But what it is that you get so used to the gameplay, the features, all this stuff. Like, I would have such a hard time going back to 19 and then be like, oh man, I really want to do a production chain. Oh man, I really want to, make some pig feed right now and make this easier and not have to buy it and spend an arm and a leg and and all this stuff in between. And I just realized I drove off without turning this into a bale trailer. Oh, Dave, you're awesome. Awesome. Anyways, let me get this over there, and then we will convert it over at the shop. So, gotta love it. All right. Gotta make sure I'm staying hydrated, because holy cow, that's the one thing that when I started doing live streams, that's one thing I never anticipated, is how valuable it is to have a glass of water next to you at all times during the streams. Because you're sitting there and you're talking for hours and hours and hours on end. It didn't dawn on me. And I remember the very first stream I did, I'm sitting there and I'm just, just talk. And by the end of it, because I didn't have water and I didn't want to cut off the stream, I was just Sahara Desert, just parched. I was done with everything at that point, and I just ran to the faucet. And it was one of those, my mouth was so dry at it that I literally just stuck my head under the faucet and it was like, glug, 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 just taking as much as I could possibly take in. It was a lesson well learned. And then I vividly remember somebody by the name of Dust Bunny, who actually was in one of the previous streams a little while ago. So, a little shout out to Dust Bunny there. So she is really funny, because I said how I was so parched by the end of that particular stream, and she's like, oh, well, make sure you keep some water next to you next time. And it was just how she said it and how it was kind of so almost like nonchalant that I was dying. I was absolutely dying. I was laughing so hard. So just keep some water next to you. I was like, okay, that's a good. And then she would very gently remind me during streams. It's like, oh, make sure that you take a drink every once in a while. Stay hydrated. It was just so sweet. She's such a nice lady. Anywho. And she's also the one who coined the Steiger pump. So whenever I would talk about the wiggle bottom tractors, she was the one who'd be like, if I'd ever talk about Case and the Case Steiger because of the wiggle bottom tractor, she would be like, Steiger, with all caps, and then the arm flex emoji. It was just always funny. It was something I always enjoyed. Steiger. And that actually came off the back of when I was sitting there talking about like old commercials, and specifically like car sales commercials, and you get those advertisements where the person's voice would be like really low in octaves, and they'd just kind of be sitting there telling you, this is the this is the Volvo 1080p and da, and isn't it powerful, and then it's got a 8-cylinder engine, and but it was that kind of, you know, salesman's voice that almost everybody used back in those days. It might even have been the same person just bouncing around from gig to gig to gig kind of things, just selling like different products for different companies and all that stuff, but they used the person with the same voice kind of thing. Oh, it was back in those days, it was so much fun just listening to the commercials and whatnot and have them sell you stuff. Alright, let's drop that here. Alright, 70. Alright, there we go. So we got 8 bales, and I think we got 2 more in the field over there. So that's not bad. Not bad at all. And we made a little bit of money. A little bit of money. And it's starting to rain. So this is the last contract we have for today. Let's see. Yes, it is. So let's collect. And am I in... I think it's October when we can harvest our cornfields. Ooh, is it October? Is it October? Is it? I gots to know. It's October. It's next month, and we have no contracts. We can skip forward. We can go to the... Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. We can get to a harvest. We can get to our big harvest. We can buy us a harvester. We can... Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. But now the question is, what harvester? Oh my goodness, $330,000 isn't going to be enough. I almost need to sell some product, but I got all that loose. That's what we could do. We could sell some loose silage. We got some of that loose silage. We can use that. Maybe. Bueller. Let's see. Let's get this over, and then we got some decisions to make. All right. So right here. All right. So hay bales. 3,200, 8,000. 9,000. So we got all sorts of different sizes and bales. Ooh, all the silage converted over. So that 87 6,000 liter bales, that was all grass that converted over, and now we've got one silage bale that was a silage bale. Ooh boy, nice. Okay, that's awesome. So let's see. Let me catch up with the chat. Let's keep on going. Luke says, I have 80 bales to pick up. Ooh, nice. I love doing grass work. I absolutely love it. The contracts are so easy. You get so much product for doing it. It's fantastic. Groot says, anyways, I have to get to bed. Got a long day tomorrow. Later, BDD and Will. Groot, thank you so much for stopping by tonight. Hope you have yourself a fantastic night, and we'll see you again next time, bud. You take care. Let's see. Wilden says later. Groot. Bradford says sounds like forest. Bradford, remind me what that is regarding, because that just went right over my head. Bobby says, Bobby, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello, everyone. Will says, I can't wait for FS25. Oh, I can't wait either. I am just chomping at the bit. Want to play it now, 100%. Bradford says, hello, Bobby. Bobby says, my dog had a bad day last night. She met Flower and got... Oh! She stunk up the entire house. Oh, no! Ah. It took me a second to realize what Flower was referring to. Flower was referring to Bambi. The skunk from Bambi. Oh man, that is yeah, that stinks, bud. That stinks. Literally and figuratively. um, Tomato soup. Have you done the tomato soup bath? Give them a whole like take several cans of tomato soup and just drench them in tomato soup. That'll help cut the smell, the acid from it. And it might not be great for their skin. What also might help, if you haven't done it already, is Dawn dish soap. But specifically, the it's got to be the Dawn dish soap, the original blue with the animals on it. So like the birds, the penguins, anything, the ducks, anything like that. It'll help cut the grease, and it'll help break down the scent molecules. So that's if it's still an issue. Willen says, I played FS17 the other day. Yeah, see, I can't do that. Me personally, I just can't. Especially going several iterations back. It's one of those, like I said, I have fond memories of 19. I would love playing it. But I have a hard time not having all the modern things that we've just grown used to. You know, like I said, productions. I would miss it terribly to make things and be able to do things on my own without having to buy them and spend ridiculous amounts of money. Will says, I don't think I'll be going back after FS25. Oh, with all the improvements and stuff like that, yeah, I don't see myself ever going back to anything before 25. All the new stuff that we get just sounds like it's going to be insane. Absolutely crazy. Says, I hope I get a 5 out of 5 star rating on my map build, LOL. I tell you what, I promise you that when I do my tour, I promise you one thing, that even though, you know, we're friends, you're a friend of the channel and all that stuff, I promise you that I will be objective to the build itself. Just like I try and do with every single map tour that I do, I'm going to give you my honest feedback and rating of it. And like I always do with everybody, it is always going to be with constructive criticism in mind. So if there's anything that strikes me as kind of a negative from my point of view, from my perspective, I'll let you know, kind of thing. And it's, as I always tell everyone, it's nothing personal. It's not me trying to hurt anybody or be mean to anybody. It's just, hey, this is the feedback that I would provide to somebody if I had their ear, kind of thing. And if they happen, because I've had it happen. I've had it happen a couple of times now, where people have seen my map tours, creators have seen my map tours, and they're like, "Oh man, I didn't see that, didn't notice that. I'll fix that. I'll do this. I'll do that," and it's led to changes in my opinion in a positive direction, kind of thing. So it's one of those. I'll absolutely give you the feedback. I'll absolutely whatnot, and I hope that I'm able to give you a 5 out of 5. And based on everything that I've seen up until this point, it's definitely going to be within your reach. It's absolutely going to be within your reach. Let's see. We got... Where was I? Bobby says hello to Bradford. Jody says, how are things doing, buddy? Going absolutely fantastic. We got all of our contracts done. We're going to be working on fast forwarding time here in just a second, because we're going to have all 3 of these fields ready to harvest. So we might start harvesting here in the next little bit. Luke with all the celebration emojis. That is a happy BDD. Absolutely, that is a happy BDD, because now we are into a harvest and we can buy some equipment. So that's always makes for a happy BDD. We've got, Bobby says, it's kind of hard to believe that 9/11 attacks happened 23 years ago. Absolutely nuts to think about that. And I was saying all this earlier. Took a moment of silence earlier in the stream. It's one of those things, we cannot forget about this. We cannot forget about 9/11. It is one of the most significant events that has happened in my lifetime, if not the most significant event in my lifetime. It has affected thousands, tens of thousands of people directly. It has impacted that many people's lives in the immediate impact, and then it has affected hundreds, thousands of people downstream in the aftermath, and it has affected so many other people beyond that point. Beyond that. And like I said, it was the one time in my lifetime that I can vividly remember the one positive thing that came out of 9/11, and it's a terrible thing to reflect on. But the one thing that it did do is that allowed us as a nation to come together and to be Americans, to for everyone to be American at that point. Even people who weren't Americans were Americans. People from across the pond were be like, hey, we're sorry for your loss, we're sorry for your tragedy, we feel for you, and we had everybody's sympathy, everybody's support at that point, and it was something I've never seen in my lifetime. It's something that I don't think anybody's really ever seen in their lifetimes. It was one of the worst attacks ever. Not just in this country, but anywhere. You know, outside of a full-scale war. And yeah, it's one of those, can't forget, can't let it get memory hold, and can't let it happen again. So, like I said, we took a moment of silence. Always remember, always think about the victims, not just of the original attack, but in the aftermath as well. Praise the heroes that went running into the face of danger, who had no idea what they were running into, and are suffering the consequences to this day, some of them. All of them deserve respect, all of them deserve praise, and all of them deserve prayers. All of them. So, yeah, it's nuts to think about. Let's see. Jody says, I thought I did something wrong a while ago. I think that's what was bothering my nerves. Oh, well, I mean, it's one of those that if you did something wrong, then it is what it is. But hopefully it's not something that can't be recovered from. You know what I mean? So don't let it bother you. Don't let it, ruin your evening or anything. It's just one of those, use it as a learning experience and move on. That's the one thing that I try and tell people, that it doesn't do any good to dwell on something. Don't sit there and get stuck in just thinking about something over and over and over again. Could I have done this? Could I have done this? Could I have done that? Like all these different introspectives about something. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't, no matter how much you think about something, it doesn't change what happened. It doesn't affect it. So use it as a springboard as to what is going to happen if this situation occurs next time. Use it as a learning opportunity and then move on. Now, that's obviously harder that's easier said than done for many people. But it's one of those, should definitely try. Because, like I said, it doesn't do anybody any good to sit there and dwell on something, to sit there and to be in turmoil over something that can't be changed. So let's get this converted over. Oh, let me go. Right there. Customize. Standard extension. There we go. Perfect. So now we have a trailer that we can utilize for the next day. Let's keep on reading the chat here. Bobby says, Yes, it does, LOL. I used a charcoal-based dog shampoo, and it works pretty good. Oh, nice. Awesome. That's perfect, then. Uh, let's see. Bradford says, the game you played where you were on the plane, it crashed, open world base building. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay, sounds like Forest. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. No, so it's not Forest. It's like I said, you're on these islands, like tropical islands. It's so I think it's Forest and Sons of Forest is what you're talking about, and what it doesn't have like that horror element to it. Where that one is, you know what? I still might have it installed. Um, oh, I didn't intend to do that. Games. Stranded Deep. That's the game. That's it right there. Stranded Deep is what it's called. Yeah, it's actually a really good game. Like, it's a really good game. I was really shocked. I think I got it free for Games with Gold for Xbox, and all of a sudden I was like, okay, I'll give it a try. One of those that the trailer came up, and I was watching the trailer, and I was like, okay, this might be interesting. But yeah, no, you're in a plane, it crashes in the middle of the ocean, you then wash up on a island kind of thing, and then you're just sitting there trying to build and survive kind of thing. It's a pretty good game. But then you're having to deal with like swimming in the ocean to collect resources. You're collecting resources on land, but you have to be careful because you can't spend too much time in the sun because you can get sunburned and you can get sick and then you can die from it. Like, pretty much everything is trying to kill you. That's essentially what the game is that everything's trying to destroy you at every turn. It is nuts. It is really, really hard. And I ended up getting to a point in that game where I had collected so many resources that it was actually killing the frame rate on the game itself. My big Xbox couldn't keep up. That's how many resources, how many trees, it's how many leaves, it's how many everything I gathered in order to be able to do what I wanted. And I made this hilariously like mega raft because you get to build these rafts. You can build them from scratch, and you eventually can take them off onto other islands. And the island that you spawn on, so the islands are laid out similarly. They're all in like a standard pattern kind of thing, but you don't have any sort of orientation as to which island you will appear on because it's randomized as to which island you appear on. And each island can have dangers. If you eat too many coconuts, you can get like diarrhea and stuff. So because coconuts are actually a laxative kind of thing. So if you eat too much, then you get dehydrated. You have to worry about getting fresh water and food and all this stuff. But you can only eat so much from the island. So then you have to go fishing and collect bait fish. Then you can build a smoker and smoke them to preserve them. You can build a fire to cook them, but you have to eat them within a certain amount of time or else they decay and rot. Like, all this kind of stuff is really, really, really deep and detailed, but it's a really good game. The only thing that I don't necessarily care about, the only thing that really kind of bugged me, is that in order to progress in the story, you have to go to 3 specific locations. And in these specific locations, there are these boss fights. And these boss fights are ridiculously hard. They are insanely tough. You gotta battle a great white. You gotta battle a octopus, like a giant squid almost. And you have to battle something else, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. Anyways, yeah, you gotta battle all these things, and then it's just one of those that these boss fights, because they're just so tough, it makes it just that much harder to progress, and you can't adjust the difficulty or anything like that. So when you get and you have to do those things in order to make it beyond to the ending point. And I accidentally discovered the end point at one point. But I mean, you can make motors So you can take like potatoes and ferment them and turn that into biodiesel. And then once you have the biodiesel, you can like not make, but you can repair and like create a boat motor. You can even make like a gyroscope helicopter and stuff. Like it's pretty funny. Like all the different things that you can do on that game is just, it gets nuts. That's what I meant to do, and I got distracted. I meant to go and rake out all the silage, all the loose silage, because I want to be able to buy everything outright. I don't want to have to take a loan if I don't have to. Hi. Oh well, not a big deal. And we're going to have a lot of chaff. I'm really curious on how much we're going to have at the end of the day. Really, really curious. And you can see this bunk has already got some product in it. It's got 160,000 liters, if I remember right. Question mark, question mark. Oh, 145. So, yeah, that's going to be a pretty good start. Okay. So yeah, we just want to take a trip or two with all this silage so that way we can get some money. We've got so much product. We got so much of all this other stuff that it's just one of those that we'll be able to afford being able to unload this lot of silage and utilize it for cash rather than, you know, utilize it for TMR or anything like that, because we got so much TMR already. We don't have to like commit to having the silage. Let's see. All right, so we've got Luke says my bale picking is only 14 bales. Oh, my bale pickup is only 14. Oh man, so yeah, you're gonna have a lot of back and forths. Let's see. Bobby says, Pooh and Angry Orange do great at eliminating organic odors. Oh. Okay, very nice. That's awesome. That's good to know. I've got dogs myself, so hopefully I won't have to run into that situation, but one of those that if it ever does, I'll definitely remember that. Luke says my map is in September too. Oh, nice. Let's see. Bobby says odors. Then Luke says it was 2 years before I was born. Gotcha. And then let's see. Oh, wow. 9/11 was 2 years before you were born. Oh, wow. So let's see, 2 years before. So that, yeah, make you 21. Okay. Let's see. Okay, buddy. Appreciate it, buddy. No problem there, Jody. No problem at all. Let's see. So now that we're all caught up with the chat, let's get this. Oh dear. Oh no. Tip. Ooh, the wiggle is real. So yeah, we just need to keep going through. We need to fill up the trailer. I'm thinking at least one. It's gonna be like what, 23,000 liters? How many? I think it's like 25, 23, somewhere in that ballpark with this particular trailer. We'll see. We'll see how much one trailer load will get us. Actually, you know what? Am I being silly? Am I being silly right now? quite possible. You know what? Here, we'll finish this. There we go. Let's keep on keeping on. There we go. Oh. Easy, easy. There we go. Oh, and Luke says, yep, on the 23rd of September. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Okay, so yeah, not too much further before your birthday. Very nice. You got any special plans for it? Oh, and it's full. Let's go ahead and hop out. 25.5. So, I mean, we're not going to be making killer money with this. We're really not. Oh, we got quite a few contracts here. Corn, sugar beets. I want to go up. Let's see, silage, biogas, 316, TMR, no. Animal dealer, so yeah, biogas, I guess. A few extra bucks, so 25,000. So we're gonna be getting not a lot. Let's see, how can I get there from here? If I take this side road across the street. Okay, yep, I got it. So we'll just jump across here. And let's see what we get as a payout. And see if loading this all is going to be worth it, or if I'm just going to be running to take my, running to get a loan and then just pay it back when I can. Because it might be worth, be worth investing in one of those, what is it called? The forage pickup. I don't know. Might be worth it. Might not be. Probably will be worth it. Just to have it and be able to pick off all the stuff from the bunks instead of having to use it by bucket load. I can go with 25,000 liters, you know, with just slinging it into the back there rather than having to sit here and take 6,000 liters at a time to fill this up. I think that'll probably be better. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. There we go. So 25.5 at 316 per 1,000. We're talking about 25 times 300. Okay. Yeah, it's not gonna be fantastic, but all right. Let's dump this. Money, 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 money. Let's see. Unload, 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 unload. Pow. There we go. Oof. Oof. $8,000 and a $500 environmental score. Not worth the time. So, that means we're going to go in some debt. But that's all right. So, let's take this. You know what? We'll start on this field right here. Okay. So now just going to drop this back off. There we go. And then we're going to go shopping. Let's see. Luke says work and then play some FS22. Nice, nice. I mean, work on the birthday, that kind of stinks, but you make up with it with some FS22. So hopefully you get to do something fun for your birthday and, you know, hang out with friends, family, you know, all that stuff. Where am I going? What am I doing? What? Why? When? Where? And how? Let's see, Bobby says, sounded like Ted DeVoice? Yeah. Money, 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 money. Always reminded me of, what was it, the WWE or WWF in those days, wrestler, the Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man. $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. Money, 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 money. Okay, now let's go shopping. We need a forge harvest. Ooh. Alright, well, we have a Kloss harvester. Or a Kloss tractor, so maybe get a Kloss harvester? Maybe? 380,000. Let's see, this has how many horses? 626. 750 is required for the big one. Ooh. Well, I guess we'll have to go with this one and the small cutter for 100K. Yeah, that requires too much power. Alright, well, we need to borrow some cash, like quite a bit actually, like almost 150,000. Oof, oof, oof. That's the one you're referring to? Ted DiBiase? Yes. Ted DiBiase from WWF. Holy smokes. I know his son wrestled for a little while, but didn't have the mainstay like his dad did. Oh, and I already got a $100,000 loan? No! Well, I guess $250,000 is what it's going to take. Alright, well. No time like the present. Let's get... long pipe, short pipe, long pipe, short pipe. Yeah, we'll go with the standard, that's fine. It ain't gonna change nothing. And then... oof, I'm gonna need more than that in loans. There. Alright, well... that's what I have to do. But we own our very first harvester. There we go. Let's get this over. We're going to start harvesting. We're not going to be on too much longer. We're certainly not going to finish... we're not going to finish the fields or anything like that here tonight. Got to get going to bed myself. It's now 1 o'clock in the morning, and yeah, I still got a few things to do before I can go to bed tonight. So, unfortunately, we are starting to get close to the edge. But I really wanted to get this started. It was one of those, like, this is something we've been building towards for a while now. We've finally got the corn. We finally are going to put these bunks to use. Like, some good use, like some big time storage. I don't think I've ever done this much. Oops, reverse. Don't care about the sign. Back to the store, because we have silage additive that we need to use. I don't think it actually affects chaff per se. It might. It actually might. Or does it? It might only do the grass pickup. I don't know. I'm not sure right now. We'll see. We'll see if the silage additive goes down, then we'll know that it works with chaff. Let's see. I see that the chat's moved, so we'll pick that up in just a second. Oh. Okay, I thought I had some. Meant to grab this before leaving, but of course, can't make anything easy. Let's see, we got Luke that says, but I do have Friday off and get ready for an event. Oh, very nice. Bobby says, have you seen the movie The Dark Side of the Ring with Cody Rhodes? I have not seen that, but I did hear it was pretty good. So one of those I do need to check it out. Gold Gaming, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far, says Big Daddy Dave. Sorry, I'm late. Gold Gaming, no worries, bud. Glad you can make it. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's see, we are just getting ready for our big silage harvest. We got 3 fields. Again, we're not going to finish them off. We're not going to be able to do anything like that, but we're gonna make a little dent in one. We're gonna make a little dent. So looking forward to that. Been really looking forward to getting this because of these huge bunks here on Carpathian Countryside. I've been really wanting to use these bunks. I've been really jonesing to really get one as full as possible with as much chaff as I can possibly get and kind of go from there. Luke says bale pickup is done. Nice, Luke. Good job. Said it was what, like 80? I think he said it was 80 bales? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember exactly how many bales you said you had, but I do remember you saying that your pickup was only 14 at a time, so it was going to be a lot of back and forth. Let's see. Oh man, I am so pumped. I am so excited for this. And we've got a good trailer for this too. We've got one of the swivel axle trailers, so we can connect it directly to the harvester here. Just have it trail behind us. It's gonna be good. Good. Oh, I'm so pumped. I'm so excited. It's finally October. It's finally silage time. Finally. And I know it. He hasn't said it. He might not even be listening anymore. He might have signed off. But Will, I know you're out there, and I know you'll hear this, and I know it's not as big of a silage harvest as you do. I get it. I understand. But what? What? Boing, 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 boing. Boing, boing, boing. Like, what, why is this? Why is that a thing? What are you? I knock you over? Boop. What is happening? It's like a little, what are you? What is that? What did I come across? What is this? I am so so confused. Y'all, does anybody know what that is? Does anybody know what that was? I have no idea. Let's see. Bobby says Jasper. Yeah, Jasper did something. He's causing mischief. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it was, but it was. There we go. Unfold the pipe. Oh, look at that. The silage additive does go down. Oh, baby. Look at that. Wow. I tell you what, chaff from corn, like, you get so much product. It's ridiculous the amount of silage that you can make. It really makes me wish that... Wait a minute. All right. Does anybody know... All right, here's the question. Here's $1 million question. Where is it? Balers. So I know these Gavile balers, these kind of stationary balers, I know they take chaff. Does the chaff turn to silage in the wrapped bales? I don't know if it does or not. And I'm very curious. Anyways. Look at this. We're not even a full strip. We're not even a headland. One side of one part of the field done. And we almost have 25,000 liters already in one stretch. This is nuts. We're going to have so much silage from this. Look at this. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 8, 9. Bam. Nope, don't unfold that. Oh, so pumped over this. All right, so we got Bobby says, or no, I already read that. Gold Gaming says floating rake question mark. I mean, maybe that might be what that is, but I have no idea. I'm so beyond confused as to what that thing was and why it was where it was, like in the middle of the road like that. There we go. Check that out. Our first trailer load. I am so pumped. I'll be honest with you though, I might invest in a new trailer. I know this is our bale trailer and all, but there might be a better trailer out there than this. Oh, wait. This way. I went the completely wrong way. Completely wrong way. Oh my goodness. I did not mean to go this way. I didn't mean to go this way at all. Let's see. Luke says 80. Okay, so I was right. 80 bales. Nice. Yeah, 14 bales a pop, then yeah, you're talking like you're having to make several trips back and forth. Very, very nice, bud. Let's see. Bradford says you might have to get a bigger trailer. That's what I'm thinking, Bradford. Absolutely. It's one of those 25,000 liters. It's not going to be a decent amount of room. But, ooh, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. I might have an idea. And even, see, I like the premise of a swivel axle because it'll make the harvesting portion of this easier, but dumping this is going to be a nightmare. Get this all emptied out just like so, and then you're right. I think we're gonna, yeah, trying to unload this, the swivel axle is just gonna be a nightmare. I think I know exactly what trailer I'm gonna go with. Like I said, it stinks because this is our bale trailer as well, but we might need to make an upgrade on that too. Let's see. Don't know if you have the Titan trailer mod. I might have that one. I just might. Well, let's go sell this real quick, and then we'll take a peek as to what kind of trailer we can get into, because yeah, there's quite a few options we have. And certainly plenty out there that will allow us to plenty out there that will allow us to like be able to carry a lot all at once kind of thing. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe get, could get maybe one of the TARDIS trailers. Could even do a combination of the TARDIS. Unreal's 5 million liters. Ooh. Well, maybe we have to consider something like that then, because I tell you what. Let's go ahead and... let's repair, paint, and sell. Alright, 22K back. Let's see. Is it the Lizard Titan? I don't think I do. I've got these TARDIS trailers, but it's like 200,000 and 250,000. So you're talking like less than 500,000 liters, but you got to get them tandem. I don't think I have a Titan trailer. And that's what it's called there, Bradford, is the Titan trailer? Let's see. You know what? Let's check something real quick. Let's go to the mod hub. Let me check it out. Titan. I think I have the Colossus. Do I have the Colossus pack? The Lizard Colossus? Don't those come with a set of trailers? Oh, there's the root cart here with 500 or 5 million. 74,000. Oh, wait. Oh, right there, the Titan. 25,000. Well, oh, it's just a frame. Main color. Design color. Oof. Wow, that's powerful ugly. That is powerful ugly. Oh my goodness. So what is this? This one's supposed to be based off of one of the base trailers. Not that one. It's this one. Yeah, the red. Okay, red frame, light green center, dark green, and dark green. So let's try this. Bulk, unrealistic. Okay, slime green. Frame. It was a red frame, if I remember right. Yes. Main color. No. Oof. Oof. Oh my goodness, that's just that is just I don't like that color scheme at all. That's just you know what? Let's see. Bobby says I like the John Deere 4130 trailer by Chris S and Riley S. I think it is 4130. It can hold 10 million liters. Really? Cody Green. Oh, okay. I see what you're getting at there. No, that's the... You know what? That does look a lot better. That, on the other hand, does not. Oh, stop going to the top. There we go. There we go. That'll be perfect. That'll allow us to just zip right through the fields and be done. I mean... I can live with that. Nice. I'm pretty pleased with this. And you know what? The green and red kind of goes good with the Kloss tractor. So it means it'll go good with the Kloss Harvester too. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. Ooh, now I want to get back to the field. I want to see what this thing can do. We'll be able to just chomp right through that entire field and just get it slammed out. Let's see. So the other trailer held 25,500 liters. So we can take whatever we get out of this trailer, add 25,500, and then we know exactly what we'll get out of that field. Ooh, that's a good point. Y'all, this just got me so fired up. I am so tickled pink about this. And this will give me like a really good like representation of what, because this is, I think, the smallest of the 3 fields. So depending on what this one gives me, you know, will depend on what I get out of the remainder of the fields. So I'm just, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what this is going to do. And we are back here at the field. All right, here we go. All right, let's back this up. Let's go. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Y-E-S. Yes, yes. Look at all this. What's sad is we're going to run out of silage additive before the trailer fills up. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right, so we're just gonna chug around. We're just gonna be able to get all the silage, all the chaff that we can handle. This is wow. Wow. Look at 20,000 liters, 0%. The only thing, I'll be honest with you, the only thing that terrifies me with these trailers is that you can override the value of what's in your trailer if you were to dump a new product in it. So what that means is that if I were to go to any other product and click onto, let's say, a silo or something, I go to dump something in, if the trailer itself or whatever vessel is holding the product is under 10%, it will automatically override what was in there with the new product. So it's just always something that terrifies me, is getting these big trailers and then, oops, you know, driving next to something that dumps into it, or driving, you know, picking up something on accident. You know, I especially notice it when I'm using the it's the Mods by 82 Studios. It's those global transport bags that the 82 Studios made. Don't get me wrong, those bags are amazing. I love those things. The fact that you can pick them up by hand, you can fill with them from, you know, great distance and all that stuff, they're fantastic. But I can't tell you the number of times I've lost out on product because of it automatically going to pick up additional products off the ground, and because it's under 10%, it just kind of just absorbs them, and then it deleted what was already in there. I can't tell you the number of times that's happened to me. especially if I like spawn one of them in. If I purchase one from the shop and then don't remember to move all the things out of the spawn point area, they'll sit there, and I've had it happen where they clash with each other. They'll go back and forth, filling up with one product, then the next, and then back to the other, and the back and forth, and it just eliminates both or all product sets within its trigger window. I've had that happen to me several times, and it stinks. It really is a huge bummer every single time it does that, because it's just product that you either purchased or that you have at that particular point. You just so happen to spawn in something that's going to completely wreck your entire operation. So no good at all. So yeah, we're just loving it. 75,000 liters, and we're not even 2%. Oh my goodness. Now, one thing that just kind of dawned on me is how fast does this unload? And does it have an adjuster? Upside back, grain door, left, right. We definitely want back. Close cover, pipe in. Unload here. Okay. Nope. I think that's all good. I think we're good there, because yeah, we're just gonna let it chug away, and we're almost at 100,000 liters. We're almost at 100,000. Plus you add to 25.5 that we took in the first run. I mean, we're over 100,000. Just this small field, the smallest of the 3 fields. I'm pretty certain this is the smallest of the 3. Let's see, precision farming. 2.68. Yep, it is the smallest by almost a full hectare. So, yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Ugh, love it. Love it. Bradford says unload flow is not slow. Awesome. I was thinking it probably wouldn't be, just simply because you have so many liters of product that if you have a slow unload, that would just be ridiculously long time. There we go. Oh, this is when I need McDonald's theme song right now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh my goodness. I love it. And this thing is, you work so long, you go through so many months in game, and in our case, here for the live streams, we go through so much in real life time between the time that we plant this stuff to the time that we actually get to harvest. And we're finally here. We're finally at the point of harvesting our fields and getting all this work out of them. I mean, it's phenomenal. It's absolutely incredible. And I mean, we're not even 2 full passes, and we're at 124,000 liters. We're like at a pass and a half, basically, and we get to this second pass. I'm shocked. I'm literally shocked at how much product we have at this point in time. We're gonna have so much silage. It's gonna be nuts. It is going to be incredible. And now I'm almost going to have to purchase a forage pickup. I'm almost going to have to, because this will take forever. This will take ages to get out of the bunk if I don't have that. Belt systems. There it is. 65 grand. 65 grand. And with one of those, I would just be able to just zip, just throw a whole bunch into the trailer, however much I want to throw in the trailer, and just kind of go from there. I'm really curious on how much we're going to have at the end of this. Just this one field alone is going to be nuts. I wasn't planning on staying on and doing the rest of this harvest tonight, but you know what? Like, I'm too pumped. I'm too excited right now. And I'm almost considering, you see there's that field right to our left there. We don't own that field. How much is that field? Oh, no, I don't have enough money for that one. 480. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Don't have the money for that. Don't have the money for that at all. So, that would have been cool. That would have been nice to be able to purchase all that. Be able to get that purchase, get all that product off it that we didn't have to invest in, that we didn't have to put time and energy into, and then be able to then turn around, convert to silage, sell it, do whatever. I mean, like I said, right now I don't need the silage that we have. I can use the silage as sales, but I was just sitting there like the back and forth was going to drive me nuts, so I just decided not to do it. But now I don't have to worry about that. Now I can just take this trailer and zip, just throw it all in there and be done. I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh, we're about 200K. We're about 200K. 3%. 3% of 200,000. Oh my goodness. This is nuts. This is absolutely just nuts. I'm shocked. I'm absolutely blown away. I knew that there was a huge yield increase when it came to getting like regular corn out of the ground versus turning it to chaff. I knew that. I didn't know it was to this extent. I didn't know that the amount of chaff that we are going to get out of this product is going to be, I mean, we might get 500,000 out of this field alone. This one field might be a 500,000 liter product field. That's nuts. It's absolutely insane to me. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I mean, this is what we're doing. We're gonna be going back and forth. We're gonna figure out just how much we get out of this one field. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. All right, AI worker, don't let me down. Don't stop me now. Let's see. There we go. Oh, what happened? Could you not do stupid things like that, AI worker? Like destroy my plants? Could you not? Please? Let's see. So yeah, right now I just want to work around these poles here. There we go. This should be wide enough out to where the AI worker will be able to adjust to this. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Here's hoping. I mean, one of those where, I mean, wow, just wow. And look at how beautiful that that skyline is. Hold on. Let's take that out. Look at that. That is amazing. Harvesting in the fall. Farm way in the background over there. I tell you what, the whole this whole map, I wish that Mr. Hector made more maps. As far as I'm aware, this is the only one that Mr. Hector has made. Now, that's specifically for consoles. I don't know if he's made others for PC or whatnot, but one of those that I'm just, every time I come into the fall, every time I just come into this map, period, I'm just stunned and blown away just how beautiful some of the sightlines are. Like, again, just look at that. That is just gorgeous. If we pan out a little bit, look at that. Wow. Just wow. Let's see. Luke says, it's time for me to go to bed. See you on the next stream, BDD. Luke, thank you so much for coming out tonight, hanging out with us. I hope you had fun and hope you have yourself a fantastic evening. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Bradford says, this is my go-to trailer. If you need another trailer, it can be attached to the back of that. Holy smokes. I could never imagine having something where I would need like more than 5 million liters at any given point. Like that would just absolutely mind explosion me. What? No, could you not? Could you not? I don't want you to fight with me. And then Bradford says, have a good night, Luke. Yes, absolutely have a good night. Oh, man, I tell you what. Look at this. We are 250,000. We are 250,000 liters in one field. Have I mentioned this is only one field? Have I mentioned that we're almost up to 250,000? Have I mentioned that my mind is absolutely just befuddled at the moment? Like, this is just wild. $250,000. So you figure, I think the bales at, ooh, you know what? We're gonna do some math. We're gonna do some figuring. Hold on. Do some figuring. Okay. I believe the bales are 6,500 liter bales at the farm. So we're at, let's just say 250,000 just for ease of math. Divide that by 6,500 liter bales. That is 38 bales at that estimated volume. 38 bales, 250,000. So I've had contracts where there's way more than that, way more bales than that. But, and you know what, here, let's do this. Let's go back to the farm, because the worker's going to take a minute. And let me confirm that number. Confirm that it's 6,500. And we'll be able to do easy bale conversions. Okay. Oh, 6,000. 6,000 liters. Okay, so 25,000. Whoops, that's way too many zeros. 20. Nope, that's too many twos. 250,000 divided by 6,000. 41 bales. 41 bales. You figure at this size, that's half of what was being harvested there from Luke. That's about half. That is absolutely nuts. until we get through that. There we go. Let's clean up this little end here. There we go. We'll just shear it off. Almost 300,000 liters. All right, there we go. Man, almost 300,000, so let's do the math. 6 divided by 6,000. 50. We're at 50 bales so far. At 6,000 liter bales. That's nuts. We might get the equivalent of what Luke got out of his work, the 80 bales that he was working on. We might get the equivalent in just one field. The smallest field, again, smallest field, will produce almost as many bales as Luke dealt with earlier, and we still have 2 more fields. This is nuts. This is absolutely just blowing my mind. Let's see. We're gonna force the worker to get into an uncomfortable situation. There we go. Apparently I'm going to force myself into an uncomfortable situation. There we go. Let's get around. Pipe. Perfect. Now we got it. Now we got it. Now we're getting there. Check that out. Again, look at that skyline. Just absolutely gorgeous. This map is absolutely amazing. Look at this. This one field has almost tapped me completely out of silage additive. One field. I mean, we're almost halfway of our silage additive. Oh, and we missed a little chunk there. Let's, oh, no. Let's not destroy any product. All the product is precious. There we go. Like I said, I wasn't planning on staying on this late. I wasn't planning on doing all this. We'll finish. You know what? I'll tell you what. We're gonna finish this field. We'll finish this field. Once this is done, we'll put it into the bunk, and then we'll end the stream from there. And then we'll go on to on the next stream. We'll finish off the last 2 fields. That's what we'll do, because wow, just wow. This is just 350,000. So okay, so 350 divided by 6. Nope, that ain't right. 350 divided by 6,000. 58 bales. We're at 58 bales so far. Gold Gang says, don't give... Oh man, Gold. I would love to stay up much later than what I'm telling y'all, but I've got to work in the morning. So unfortunately... Oh, don't get sassy with each other. sorry, my big dog, for some reason, insists that she is a small dog. And instead of laying out on the giant mattress that we have for her, I mean, technically it wasn't for her, it was my dad's mattress for his dog, and his dog was a St. Bernard when he was still alive. He gave us that mattress. Instead of laying on that, she insists on coming up, kicking the little guy out of his little bed that he fits in just so. She wants to kick him out of there so she can sit there and swoop-de-doo around, kind of curl herself into a tight wadded ball, and then lay on his mattress, lay on his bed. But it just encourages him to then come up on the couch and chill out on the couch. So that's what he's going to do. So he'll eventually ounce up the courage to be able to go up and jump up onto the couch, and he'll be fine. Little man, what's your problem? What's the problem, Jackie boy? Is your big sister a meanie? Your big sister a meanie? Look at 400,000 liters. Alright, hold on. 400 divided by 6,000. We're at 66 bales. We're at 66 bales. We are so close. We're almost past that 10% threshold that I was talking about earlier. 10% threshold that's going to be the point where I won't have to worry about some random thing getting thrown into the trailer anymore, but not like I'm really like that worried about something just randomly filling up the trailer. If we were talking about those global transport things that from 82 CEOs, I'd be petrified. I'd be absolutely terrified. But with this, not so much. Let's go ahead and help the worker. Thankfully, the other two fields aren't going to be this obnoxious with all the telephone poles and whatnot. That'll be just a quick kind of, in and out. So that one will be, it is what it is for that one. Holy smokes. Then we're going to have to come back and mulch. We're going to have to come back and lime and then plant and fertilize. Which, speaking of which, what am I going to put in here in its place? I can plant wheat, barley, grass, oilseed radish, alfalfa. Ooh, we could do some alfalfa. Clover. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we got going on here. What? Lies. 425,000 liters. There we go. Man, oh man, oh man. Alright, so we might not get up to that 500,000, but I mean, we're really darn close. We're really, really close. We definitely need to get more silage additive down here. Let's see. Jody says, having trouble sleeping tonight. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Just not able to relax, or by chance you have any like melatonin that can help you fall asleep, or you're able to take something like that? I don't know about you all, but I mean, me personally, like the melatonin, whenever I need it, it's pretty rare that I'll take it, because although it helps me go to sleep kind of thing, and it like not only gets me to sleep, it puts me to sleep for a very, very long time, like a very heavy, deep sleep. The problem is that the next day I always wake up with that kind of hangover kind of thing. That it's weird to describe it, but it's basically like a hangover. Like I don't get enough sleep in order to make the, I don't know. It's weird to describe it. It's weird to describe it, but it's basically, it just feels like I'm hungover afterwards, and it takes me infinitely longer for the next morning to be able to kind of rise up and be able to just get about to a normal, like to get to normalcy. So it's just one of those that it's incredibly, incredibly rare that I decide, okay, yes, I'm going to go ahead and take it kind of thing. 460,000 liters, just absolutely mind-blowing. This is, I think we're on our last leg here. Let's see. Jody says, I got a condition called insomnia. It causes, don't let me sleep. Oh man, Jody, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Where do you get that melatonin? So melatonin you can get like over the counter, like Walmart and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean it's just a just like a sleep aid kind of thing. I don't know how it would work on like insomnia or anything like that, as I'm not familiar with it, and also I'm certainly not a doctor, so don't go and take what I'm saying in regards to like what to do about sleep or anything like that. That's what I use when I have difficulty sleeping, but I don't have anything like insomnia to deal with. So let's see. Let's go ahead. There we go. We got a good yield off of that one. Now here, I am just gonna go zipping through. Let's see. Jody says, what do you do when you chop up that corn? So the corn that I'm chopping up with the harvester, I'm making it into chaff. And chaff I can then go put into the bunkers, and I'll be able to utilize the bunkers to make silage. So essentially I'm going to get a 1-to-1 ratio of whatever I have in the trailer and get out of it silage. So I've got like 450,000 liters of chaff that's going to then get turned into silage. Let's see. Yeah, 466,000. So 466,568 plus 25,500. Wow. 492,068 liters is how much we just pulled out of this small field. This small itty bitty tiny field just produced 500,000 liters of silage. 500,000 liters. That is crazy. The amount. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? Yeah, I am. If you can't tell, I am pretty tired right now. I'm just kind of slapping around and getting everything where it has to go. But now I'm really curious. I want to see this just come flooding out into the bunk. That's what I want to see. Like I said, these two fields here, these are mine. The one in front of me and the one behind me. Those are bigger than that one. So we might get 750,000 out of the smaller of the two, and then maybe a full mill out of the other one. I mean, realistically, we might get like 2.25, 2.5 million liters of chaff to be able to make this into silage. All right, let's see what this does. All right, let's see what this does. Oh, wow. Holy smokes, Luke was not kidding. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Bradford. Bradford was not kidding about how quick that came out. Wow. Look at that. That is nuts. This is crazy. I'm so glad I've got that that roller to compact this down with, because I could imagine doing all this without a roller. All right, hold on. Hold on. All right, so there we go. Let's do this. All right, right now in the bunk is 637,000 liters. We are almost at 750,000 liters just in this bunk with the grass field and the one small harvest from the smallest cornfield. Wow, just wow, 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 wow. That's nuts. That is absolutely nuts. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're gonna have to come up with a more efficient way of getting all this chaff, all this silage out of the bunkers. We've got to. There's no two ways about it. We're gonna have to invest in one of those. You know what? You know what? I keep saying we're gonna have to. I keep saying we're gonna do it. We're gonna blah 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 blah. Not enough money. I don't have enough money? No. Why? Wow. So apparently I decided that we were going to go into massive amounts of debt today. All right. So you know what? That's okay. It's okay that we just went into massive amounts of debt, because I'm going to now take the tractor, go pick that up. Okay, last thing we're going to do here tonight. The absolute last, because I've got to get to bed. I've got to go. It's the last thing. You said it was the last thing 20 times ago. This one, I promise, is the last one. No, we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and pick up the tool. We're just gonna go straight there. I'm gonna cut through fields. We're gonna get there, get back. We're gonna pick up the silage from the one bunk, and then we'll go ahead and take it to sell it, and be good to go from there. And what silage is still highest priced at the biogas plant. So yeah, we'll go to the biogas plant. We'll pick up the or we'll drop off the silage at the biogas plant. What we have prepared for silage right now, it's not going to be a ton, but it's going to be enough to start offsetting the cost of what we just purchased, and we'll be good to go from there. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. So let's get this. Let's see. Jody says, I'll get my wife to go to the store tomorrow and look for it. Like I said, it's pretty much everywhere that you can get. It's over the counter. It's pretty much any, like, Walmart, grocery store, anything, everything. It's called melatonin. And like I said, the only bad thing I can think of it, like, me personally, again, this is me, and again, this isn't medical advice, this isn't me saying, hey, go out and do X, Y, or Z, it's just, it's a sleep aid that, I'm trying to think. Like I said, it just gets you groggy and whatnot, and then just kind of lets you kind of kick back and relax. So, like I said, the only problem I have with it is that I just feel like it's hard to shake out of the slumber. Like to feel like you feel rested afterwards, but it's just, you get that kind of groggy day, like the day after. At least I do. I get that kind of groggy feeling after taking it. So let's see. Where was I? Check it out before I take it. Yes, absolutely. I need to try that. Ain't no try to make try. Yeah, it's one of those that, as you can see, it makes a ton of chaff for the amount of space that you use for corn. It like exponentially increases the amount of yield that you get out of the product that you're utilizing. So yeah, it's totally worth it in my opinion to get it. So let's do this. Let's do that. Look at that. This is just chugging. Oh, so much nicer, so much better. All right. So yeah, over 150,000 liters just in this bunk alone. So now, let's go and take this up and sell. Oof. Clobbered that wall. Let's see. Bradford says chaff for days. Oh, yeah. And then, get you some good sleep. Yes, that is the plan, bud. Absolutely. And then Bradford says, is the BGA going to be able to handle all that? Ooh, Bradford, you make a excellent point. Likely not. But whatever they can't handle, I will take over to the bale sales point over at the animal dealer. So, not a big deal at the end of the day. So let's go ahead and start at the biogas plant. It's not going to be a lot. We're talking $300 per 1,000 liters for the product here, but going to be one of those where, oh, wait a minute. You know what? No. I won't do that, because that'll be way too overpowered, way too cheaty. So there's a factory, and It is an amazing factory. I will say that right off the bat. It is an amazing, amazing factory. Let's see if I can find it real quick. This one. Lime fertilizer, salt, herbicide, seed production. Oh dear. The reason it's so powerful, the reason it's so awesome, is that it has a recipe. In the recipe, you can take silage, just straight silage, and you convert it into fertilizer. So what you get to do is not only take your silage and make it into a product that is exponentially more expensive to sell. You go from $300 per 1,000 liters to about $3,000 per 1,000 liters, but you then get to turn around and also get digestate as a byproduct. All right, let's see this slam home. Bam! Look at that. $48,000 and $3,800 in environmental score. I will take that all day, every day. Every day. Awesome. I'm so pleased about that one. But yeah, no, that is gonna be about it for this live stream. I want to thank everybody who stopped out here tonight, hung out with me, had an absolute blast with everyone, and just like always, I had a blast playing. So I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things. The algorithms enjoy you doing. The shows you're engaged with this channel, enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope you all have a fantastic day. Take care. Oh, and Gold, thank you. Says, thanks a ton, Dave. Thank you, Gold. You have yourself a great night. Everybody have a great night. Take care.